Well, hello. How's everyone doing tonight? So, it is the last in chat of the year. So, that means we've got two things tonight. Well, three actually. I'll break it down into three. So, we've got 2023 in review. So, this is just me looking back through, movies, television. I think I have a book on there. Just, stuff from 2023. Just looking back at the good stuff. I will admit, I know there are people who are like, oh, what are the worst movies of 2023? What are the worst games of 2023? And, for people who like that, I get it. That's not me. That's not what I do. So, we're looking at all that stuff. Then we're going to do Game of the Year, right? I've got my top 10 games of the year. We're going to go through that. We'll hopefully, hopefully everything will be fine. I don't know. Honestly, I was changing the list up until the last minute. This was a divisive list. Just because there are so many good games. I want to be clear. There are so many good games this year. 2023 is one of the best years in gaming. Definitely the best year since, 2008. Or was it 7? I think it's 2008. It might be 2007. Whatever year BioShock and Mario Galaxy came out. Because both those games came out in the same year, which is kind of wild to think about. But, yep. And then finally, we'll look forward to stuff coming in 2024. I mainly focus on, the video game stuff. I have an entire section dedicated to Nintendo. I can, in theory, go back and look at what I predicted last year. Because I usually do that as well. I had predictions last year, and I did pretty okay. No, I didn't nail everything, but I did pretty okay. So we'll do that, and then that's how we'll end off the show. There is no news. There is no Wibby. Anything I've been watching, What If, Percy Jackson. I don't think I saw a movie this week. Right? Anything, we'll just talk about it next year, right? It'll be how we start season 5. Yeah. So yeah, and then for the game today, we're gonna play Mario Wonder. Usually these shows take 4 hours, right? Game of the Year usually is my longest show at 4 hours. This is my, plagiarism video. This is my Salmon Cat review. So, right, I expect to go for a while, but if we go under the 4 hours, so be it. We'll make what progress we can. So with that, I guess we should just jump right into it. Boom. So I had to create a new profile for Mario Wonder because, for some reason, how in previous Mario games, they usually give you 3 save files to choose from. Sometimes more. I know Super Mario 64 gives you 4 profiles. Nope. Not this game. This game, it's 1 profile per user. So in order to, start a new game, I had to create a new user. And that kind of that was kind of, I've never done that before on a Switch. So that kind of sucks. But, we do what we do to survive. So yeah. Alright, let me get stuff switched over. So, let's start off looking at 2023 in review. So, when it comes to movies, I feel like this was a pretty good year for movies. Even though I said earlier when we did the strike list that all the movies this year either felt amazing, like the best thing ever, or, nobody gave a shit. Right? That kind of felt like the dichotomy this year. Either people were very excited for the movies this year, or nobody cared. Right? A lot of the films I saw had, they either were, I was the only one there, there was 4 people total, or the theater was packed. That just kind of seemed to be the general theme of movies this year. It was either all or nothing, but there were some good movies this year. Do I want to call it one of the best years in movies? No. Is the next year of movies going to be awful? Oh yeah. The next 2 years, so there were some good things to come out this year of the film industry. Specifically, there were two strikes. There was a writer's strike, followed up by an actor's strike. And you know what? Good on them. I'm grateful for the strike. You know, writers and actors deserve to be paid. They deserve to be protected against AI. So, you know, them coming in and fighting for those rights, striking for over 100 days, good. And the writers basically got everything they asked for. The actors, not so much. I feel like their contract wasn't as good, right? It didn't have the same levels of protections as the writers one did. But, you know, I think the contract renegotiates in like 4 years. So we'll fight those battles when we do. We'll get to those battles when we do. But I still feel like there were a lot of good movies this year. I also break up this year pre-Barbenheimer, post-Barbenheimer. Because time has been completely fucked. If I'm just going to be completely honest, I have no perception of time anymore. Right? And part of this may be me getting older. Right? I know they say the older you get, the faster time goes by because you have less of it in front of you. But I don't know, man. It really, every year just feels so long, and the amount of things that happen in a year, it's like so much. So really, this year in movies kind of feels like everything before Barbenheimer and everything after Barbenheimer. But when I went to make this list, I looked back through every movie that released, and I'll be honest, there were some really good movies that released this year. Right, there were some bad ones, of course, right? That fucking Ghost movie that was on, Apple TV? But there were some really good ones. So, I'm definitely not covering everything. I guarantee you there's like 1,000 things I missed. But there were some things I really enjoyed. So to start off, the MCU has been sucking for a while now. You know, things have not been great in the MCU-sphere. But we did get Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 this year. And I'll be honest, I really enjoyed it. If I'm being completely honest here, I really did actually enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy 3. It's it's one of those things where people walked out of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and been like, oh, you know, Marvel is saved. Marvel's gonna start making great movies again. But Guardians of the Galaxy was preceded by Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, a not good movie that I did finally rewatch. And while I liked it more on the second viewing, going from like a 5 to a 6 isn't much of a difference, if I'm being completely honest. But Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was great. I also might as well give blanket spoiler warning for everything we're going to talk about today. Just assume, like, hey, if we're talking about it, I'm going to spoil it. And, so Guardians of the Galaxy 3, right? It's all about Rocket, right? Everyone's on a quest to save Rocket, you know, who's dying. They have to go to the High Evolutionary. But nobody dies. You know, I remember in the lead up to this movie, there were so many people saying, like, oh, you know, Rocket's gonna die. Peter Quill's gonna die. Drax is gonna die. Right? Somebody has to die. And then the movie comes out. And guess what? Just this once, everybody lives. And I think the movie is all the better for it. I'm actually really glad that everybody lived. I think that just made the movie stronger. So no, I'm actually really happy with that. I think it made the movie... There's another movie that we'll talk about later where it's like, yeah, just this once everybody lives, kind of. And I think it just, you know, I could see some people complaining about it. I think it was great. But no, I thought it was great. The villain, the High Evolutionary, I think was interesting. And they don't even kill him either. No, the High Evolutionary makes it out. I know people don't like what they did to Adam Warlock, because he's basically a brand new character, right? They just completely ignored Adam Warlock from the comics. And I get it, but honestly, the one big Adam Warlock story the MCU has kind of already done. So, like, what else are they going to do? Right? You already kind of went through his biggest story, and like could adapt, Infinity War, and bring in the Magus, the actual like Infinity War comic, right? Because even though the movie's called Infinity War, it actually adapts the comic Infinity Gauntlet. Meanwhile, the actual Infinity War comic is all about Adam Warlock versus the Magus, who makes evil clones of everybody. Because he himself is an evil clone. I honestly don't like the Infinity Gauntlet is fine, but I do not like Infinity War. Nah, it's a good name for a not great comic. And then, have I ever read... I cannot remember if I have ever read Infinity Crusade. I don't remember. But Guardians of the Galaxy was the 3 was great. I would love to see them, Peter Quill, his story is done. Gamora's story is done. Drax's story, I feel like, is more or less done. Nebula's story feels more or less done. But we got this new Guardians of the Galaxy team. We've got, Groot, Rocket, Adam Warlock, Cosmo the Space Dog, Kraglin, the one girl who I know is some character from the comics whose name I don't remember. I'd love to see another adventure with them. Will that happen? I don't know. Next up, okay, so we went from one good superhero movie to a fantastic one. That being Across the Spider-Verse. So leading up to Across the Spider-Verse, I was worried, right? Because, the first one was really good. And, I know the directors have proven them, Lord and Miller have proven themselves over and over again. They managed to make 22 Jump Street good. They know how to do sequels. But, I get a little hesitant. I'm still a little bit worried. And no, Across the Spider-Verse was just as good, if not better than the first one. Honestly, I still haven't decided if it's better than the first one. In some ways, I think it is, but I'm still not entirely sure. But I do enjoy. It's really good. I love the character of the Spot is really good. The Spider Society is fantastic. Them bringing up the whole quandary of like, hey, do the ends justify the means? Can you sacrifice a bunch of people for the life of one person? Of course, it does end on a cliffhanger, and I get I get why some people have a problem with that. But at the end of the day, it's Gwen's movie, right? It's a story about Gwen, and I do feel like by the end of the movie, her story has come to a conclusion, right? Her with her father, the whole trans allegory, which I wish they had just actually made her trans. Like, if you're gonna put that many hints in there, just fucking do it. Because then, I know because conservatives will get mad no matter what. So if you're gonna do it, just do it. But no, it technically is just an allegory, but it's a really well done allegory. But I wish they had just actually done it. I think it would have been better if they had. But no, I'm so excited for the next part. It's not going to happen for another, 2 years. I'd honestly be fine if it takes even longer. If we have to wait another 3 years because of the writer's strike, and, give the employees some time to actually, take breaks and, not work themselves to death, which is kind of what happened on the first one, I'm fine with that. Right? You can take your time on this movie. There's nothing wrong with that. But we'll see. So right before the strike started, Nimona released on Netflix. And I've owned the book for Nimona for years now. And I was like, oh, I'll get around to watching this. And then the day the strike started, the actor strike specifically. The day the actor strike started, I finally sat down and watched Nimona. And then immediately, within 24 hours, all of a sudden it was like, nope, you can't talk about movies anymore. So I sat on Nimona for months. I even finally read the book. And guess what? Nimona is fucking fantastic. Everybody... And again, another trans allegory that is also really well done and is a lot less subtle than Spider-Verse. It's really good. Do they make some changes from the book? Yeah, but again, it's to reinforce that trans narrative, and I think it just makes it all the better. They straighten out the storyline a little bit. I only just found out Eugene from the Try Guys voices Golden Heart, which I had no idea until like 3 days ago. So that's crazy. But no, it's fantastic. The animation I think is great. The story, right? They streamlined it, so it's all about this murder, right? Oh, who actually murdered the queen, right? Uncovering this whole conspiracy. They lean into the whole glorious monster thing, which is kind of just a throwaway line in the book. And I think it all just it comes together really well. I love the characters. I love the setting of like this night inspired sci-fi world. I think it's really neat. And a fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. Next up, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Same thing. I watched this right around when the strike started. I love the Mission Impossible movies. I got into them because of Patrick H. Willems, right? He did some videos on why the Mission Impossible movies are great. I watched those videos. I enjoyed those videos. And so I finally sat down and watched them, and he's completely right. He's completely right. And I think Dead Reckoning is the best one. Again, I talk a lot about how movies this year were either everybody saw them, nobody saw them. Tom Cruise is normally the type of guy that sells, full theaters, right? Tom Cruise makes an easy $1 billion. So I was surprised to walk into Dead Reckoning and the theater be empty. I think there were like 8 of us total. That really caught me off guard for opening night, but it was so good. Tom Cruise is on his A game. His Tom Cruise running is fantastic. They bring in Peggy Carter. I'm forgetting the actress's name. And she does a good job, right? She plays off Tom Cruise. Because they do kill off Elsa, who is basically the female Tom Cruise. And that kind of sucks. But, I think Peggy Carter does a good job. They have, is her name Vanessa Kirby? She's rumored to be Susan Storm in the MCU. And, honestly, I see it. I see how you get from point A to point B. But I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I loved the set pieces. The villain, right, the movie's all about an evil AI that's trying to, take over the world effectively. So I feel like the villain itself is really well done. Because it's this self-aware AI that, is basic. It's stuck at the bottom of an ocean. And, whoever recovers the key to it controls it and can thus take over the world. So now, they're trying to figure out who has control of it, who has the keys. And, there's crossing, double crossing, triple crossing, quadruple crossing. But it all works out very well. The end sequence with the train is great. Tom Cruise jumping a motorcycle off a cliff to land on the train. And then them actually dangling off as the train fell. Like, is it the biggest sequence in one of these movies? No, not really. Like, I definitely feel like there have been bigger sequences in previous movies. But you felt the tension. So I think it worked really well. I was thoroughly impressed with Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. If you've never watched the movies, easy recommendations. Alright. I'm someone who loves the Fast and the Furious movies. And part of me wants to say the Mission Impossibles are the thinking man's Fast and the Furious. But I think that's giving one of those series too much credit. Also, I guess James Bond is the thinking man's Mission Impossible, so take that however you will. And then finally we get to July. So it was generally right after all the COVID, movie theaters being shut down for like a year. This is the first time where it felt like people, just as a collective, were generally excited for movies. And so we got Barbenheimer. And yeah, I went out. I did the double feature. I know it was the meme. But I'll do a lot of stuff for the meme. I tried that stupid lemonade that makes your heart explode for the meme, right? The lemonade that makes your heart explode was okay, but if you did not tell me there was that much caffeine in it, I would have no idea. Like, I don't know, I guess I kind of expected it to taste like a Red Bull, And I was surprised that no, it just tastes like lemonade. So yeah. But Oppenheimer and Barbie were both fantastic. You know, Oppenheimer was a serious movie about the end of the world, you know, the building of the atomic bomb, which I already knew the story of Oppenheimer. I knew the story of Oppenheimer. I did not know about the senator and, you know, the court hearing. I feel like that brings a good spin on to things because I'd never read the book. But, you know, I knew the story of Oppenheimer. I've been to Alamosa. I've been to the Nuclear Museum in New Mexico. You know, it's just a few hour drive. It's, yeah. So I knew all about it. Did I say Alamosa? I meant Alamogordo. Did I mean Alamogordo? I don't know. I meant one of them. One's a city in New Mexico, one's a city in Colorado. Either way, right, I knew the story, but it was still great. The movie was so well done. The destruction of the atomic bomb was fantastic. Right, and you know, Christopher Nolan puts everything into it. You're kind of surprised he didn't actually detonate a real atomic bomb that he bought from Russia. Because that totally... Like, if he could have done that, he would have done that. But even though the movie's about how nuclear war is bad, you know, I could totally see Christopher Nolan doing that. Just for authenticity. Yeah, no, the acting was great. The visuals were great. It's a Christopher Nolan movie. You get what you expect, and it is fantastic. Is it the best Christopher Nolan movie? I don't know if I'd go that far. You know, Inception is still probably technically better. And, I still prefer The Dark Knight more. But, I definitely compared a lot to Dunkirk. Because, you know, they're both history movies about events in history. But I like it more than I really like Dunkirk, I should say. I think Dunkirk was a fantastic movie. But I did like this more than Dunkirk. Yeah, no, it was great. Easy. You've probably, again, made $1 billion. I think it made $1 billion. You've probably already seen it. If not, what are you waiting for? It's great. And then Barbie. So, you know, we went and saw Oppenheimer, and then boom, I went with a group of like 6 people. And afterwards it was like, oh, well, who wants to go see Barbie? Nobody. It was just me and one other of our group of 6. 6 of us went to Oppenheimer, only 2 of us went to Barbie. But Barbie was fantastic. Feel-good comedy, right? Everything. Margot Robbie is fantastic. Ryan Gosling's fantastic. The whole plot about bringing the patriarchy to Barbie Land, so well done. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's one of the best movies. It is one of the best movies of the year. While Oppenheimer is probably technically the better movie, I don't think I will ever watch Oppenheimer again. Barbie, on the other hand, I will watch 1,000 more times, because it was good, it was fun, it was funny. I had full faith in it. The second they announced that it was Greta Gerwig who was doing it, I was like, oh, this is going to be amazing. Of course, now Hasbro's trying to make their own series of, like, toy movies. And we don't need that. Or it's Mattel, actually, not Hasbro. But, right, it's like, I don't need all these toy movies. Barbie just... It's the perfect storm to make an amazing movie. And they pulled it off, they made something great, but they captured lightning in a bottle once. I don't know if they'll be able to do it again. But damn, are they gonna try. After that, so as we get here into the end of the year, Wonka. So I just saw Wonka recently. I did not give a shit about seeing this movie. When I heard they were doing a Wonka movie with Timothée Chalamet, I was like, whatever, who cares? And then they announced the director was the guy who did Paddington. Paddington 2 is the best movie ever made. No questions, right? No ands, ifs, or buts, right? I know that was a joke for a while, but no, seriously. Like, it's not... It's kind of like, you know how people say Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and at this point, it's just kind of become a Christmas movie. That's the same thing with Paddington, right? People were joking as saying it's the best movie of the year, or the best movie ever made. It is just the best movie ever made. So when I heard the guy who did Paddington was doing Wonka, I was like, okay, fine, I'll go see it. And yeah, it's really good. It is a really good movie. It's not as good as either of the Paddingtons. Both Paddington movies are better. But it is still very good. I did not know it was a musical, right? Like, I expected the one song, or, you know, the song from the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. God, I don't remember which is which. I expected that, but I did not know this was a musical. They did not advertise this movie as a musical, and that's kind of a trend we're currently seeing, is that movies that are musicals are not being advertised as musicals, and it's just kind of dumb, you know? Like, you can like, I get it, test audiences don't like musicals, but you know what would really piss somebody off? If they, you know, went to a movie and then learned 10 minutes in that it's a musical. I was talking, over Christmas break, I saw my relatives. Christmas break. On Christmas Eve, I saw my relatives, and they were going to go see Wonka the next day. And I was like, oh yeah, it's really good. And then I was like, well, it is a musical. And they're like, shh, shh, because one of the people they were going with doesn't like musicals. So, yeah. Like, I guess I get they want to get in that crowd that doesn't know it's a musical, but I feel like that would really piss someone off if they go to a movie and don't know it's a musical, you know? Like, I could see how that would annoy somebody. But no, I thought it was good. It was creative. I do feel like it did a good enough job at capturing some of the craziness of the original Willy Wonka books, you know, some of that Ronald Dahl spirit. I felt like they did a good enough job capturing it. The cast was good. I feel like they did a good job. The songs were mostly forgettable, if I'm being honest with you. Like, what was I listening to the other day? I don't remember. But the songs were mostly forgettable in my opinion, but I still think it worked pretty well. And yeah, you know, I trust that whatever that director, because I know he's not doing Paddington 3, right? It's a different director for Paddington 3. So I am hesitant. But you know, it's King. The director is King. Whatever he does next, I trust, right? He clearly knows what he's doing. So yeah, kind of like I said with Greta Gerwig, right? I just kind of trust whatever she does. Because yeah, so far she's put out 3 fantastic movies just back to back to back. And then finally, the final thing I have this year is Godzilla Minus One. So I went and saw Godzilla Minus One. It was only in like theaters for like a week. You know what? Okay, I did miss The Boy and the Heron. Real quick, talking about movies only being in theaters for a short time. I was gonna go see The Boy and the Heron, and then they took it. It was only in theaters for a week, so I didn't even get to see it because I had, you know, other things to see. So that sucked, right? I wanted to see that, and nope, only in theaters for a week. But Godzilla Minus One, same thing, but this one I actually did catch. And it's amazing. It is true. It's a movie all about, you know, the indomitable human spirit versus a cold, uncaring Godzilla. And it is done so well. It's only subbed, right? Like, I'm usually a dub guy. This movie is only in subtitles. And you know what? Perfectly fine with that. I feel like, right, that was perfect. That worked really well. Godzilla in it, right? This iteration of Godzilla is fantastic. The atomic breath scene in this movie, holy shit. But kind of like, right, how I said with Guardians, right, nobody dies. Right, about halfway through the movie, when Godzilla attacks and uses his atomic breath, the girl the guy is staying with, who's, you know, he's living with this girl, but they're not, like, married or anything, she dies. And then at the end of the movie, right, after the humans have conquered Godzilla, right, they've effectively killed him, you find out, surprise, surprise, she's alive. And you know what? I think it works. You know, it's a movie about the indomitable human spirit, and so if you're going to have your main character survive, even though he was willing to kamikaze and kill himself to defeat Godzilla, if he's going to live, yeah, sure, let the girl live, let them fall in love. Yes, I know radiation poisoning's a thing. I'm just going to ignore it. You know, kind of like the ending of No Way Home, where it's like, yeah, do all these villains die? Probably. I'm just going to ignore it. I feel like the message is stronger than the actual, like, yeah, radiation poisoning is fucking awful. But no, it is a beautiful movie. that I think does just its message is fantastic. Its characters are great, and I loved everything about it. I don't know if it's still in theaters. I think they actually did end up bringing it back because it was doing so well. And yeah, when I went and saw it in a packed theater. But if you have not seen it, easy recommendation. I know they're trying to get it nominated for Oscars. I hope it does. I know they're in contention for every category. I hope they get them. I really do. Wait, was the Super Mario Brothers movie this year? Holy fuck. That was this year, wasn't it? Super Mario Brothers movie was a movie that existed. I was just about to move on. I'm like, wait, we're playing Mario. Again, this is what I'm talking about. This feels like 2 years. Everything pre-Barbenheimer and everything post-Barbenheimer. I kind of forgot that Mario Brothers came out this year. Was Mario Brothers an amazing movie? No. Did I enjoy the heck out of it? Yes. Like, I didn't talk about the FNAF movie, because while I enjoyed the FNAF movie, it's not anything that great, right? Like, I don't even know if I'd recommend it. The Mario Brothers movie, I would recommend. If you've got a kid, oh, they'll love that movie, especially if they play the games. It is so good. It's technically nothing that special, but I just loved it, right? I had so much fun with it. I've seen it like 5 times. I've seen it multiple times. I bought it on DVD, or, well, Blu-ray. No, maybe I think that might have been the first 4K movie I've ever bought. Now that I think about it, because I think I got the 4K on sale. But no, it was great. I really did forget it came out this year. Like, legitimately, you could have said that was last year and I would have totally believed you. Again, it just feels like 2 different years. But no, I thought it was great. It was fun. You know, it's technically not that great of a movie, but it was fun, and it's also only like an hour and a half. With, you know, we're seeing on one hand, I'm glad directors are able to see their visions through, but on the other hand, I don't want to see a fucking 3-hour Napoleon movie that just fucking sucks. I don't want to see I know Killers of the Moonflower is good, or whatever the fuck that movie's called. I don't have time for a 4-hour movie. Right? I barely have time for a 4-hour H-Bomber guy video. But no, movies are just getting longer and longer. And like, on one hand, like, okay, cool, but on the other hand, God, you know, it's like I've said about video games, right? Where I would rather have a 2-hour really fun indie game over a 100-hour JRPG. Right? That's kind of how I feel about movies as well. I would rather have a 1.5-hour animated kids movie over a 4-hour Martin Scorsese drama. Like, oh my god. So that's all I got for movies. So, television. So, what did I television this year? Well, I actually don't have much on this one. Again, I kind of split the year, and I don't actually think I have anything on this list before August. No, when did Superman come out? Superman happened in like July, so I guess I don't have anything before July. But yeah, I started off the year with Kaleidoscope, and Kaleidoscope's not anything that special. It's just a heist show, but it had the gimmick of, hey, guess what? Netflix will give you a random order for the episodes, and you can just watch it in whatever order, right? As long as you watch I think it's the white episode last, you can watch any of the other episodes in any order. And, you know, I feel like that's an interesting idea. You know, I remember when the Black Mirror came out, that was like, hey, this is like an interactive TV show game thing. And I was like, oh yeah, you know, that's kind of fun. That was like the one thing everyone was doing like over Christmas that year, or at least, you know, around that time when it came out. I can't even remember. It wasn't called Jericho. What was that one called? Black Mirror? I can't remember. The Kaleidoscope was kind of like the thing everyone was doing like in like early this year. Right? It came out in like July or January like 8th. So it was out super early. And it was just kind of the one thing everyone was doing. And, you know, whatever order I got, I don't even remember. But whatever order I got was actually a pretty good order. And it's technically not anything like super special of a show, but I enjoyed it. I had a good time with Kaleidoscope. My Adventures with Superman. So, right, Superman fans have just been getting shit for years. I know people like Man of Steel can't stand the movie. I have not liked anything Superman in like television or movies for years now. Admittedly, I have not watched Superman and Lois. I will fully admit I have not seen that show. I will get around to it maybe one of these days because I hear that one's okay. But other than that, I feel like every other piece of Superman media we've been getting for the past like 8 years now has just been garbage. So to have this show come out and, a show that, looked like it was going to be canceled because, Warner Brothers is just going fucking clean slate. No, Adult Swim picked it up and everyone was talking about this show because it was a fantastic show. This show got Superman. It got to the heart of Superman. Great animation. Just beautiful animation. A great Lois Lane. A great Clark Kent. Great Jimmy Olsen. Some interesting reinventions of characters, Like they're tying a lot of the villains together to Cadmus. And to this eventual takeover by Zod/Brainiac. Like that all seems interesting. God, I hope this show gets 1,000 more seasons. But I found that all very interesting, I like what they do with the Brain and Majora, right? Where it's like they're lovers. That's a new take, but I kind of like that. Like, just go off, I guess. But I feel like it all, the climax works really well. It all just kind of comes out on top, man. It's a really good, 10-episode show. I love that they don't do Lex Luthor. Like, yes, Lex Luthor shows up in the show. He badmouths Superman for a second. But, I didn't, it's kind of like whatever the new Batman movie is, I don't want them to do Hush. I don't want them to do the Joker. Right? I want them to do something new, something different. And I feel like the best new, different thing we can get is Mr. Freeze. I feel like Mr. Freeze in this new Batman show, or in the new Batman movie, the sequel to the Robert Pattinson one. I feel like the best idea is Mr. Freeze. I just don't know if they're actually going to do Mr. Freeze. That would be my hope, but I bet they're just going to do fucking Hush or The Long Halloween or some shit like that. They're just going to do the Joker or fucking the Court of Owls. God, I do not want to see the Court of Owls, but I bet you they're going to do the Court of Owls. Right? Like, I'm just so... There are only 4 Batman stories that we just retell over and over again. Give me Mr. Freeze. But that's what the Superman show felt like. It's like, okay, we've seen Lex Luthor. We've never actually really had a good Lex Luthor. We'll see what James Gunn does with it. But I want to see something different. And I feel like this show did a good job at giving us something different. So I thought it was great. I'd gladly watch much more of it. Fiona and Cake. So I was a big Adventure Time fan, when I was younger. And I really enjoyed the show. And, and eventually it lost me. I think it was one of the Lemon Grab episodes. The one where he's eating everybody. But, I still enjoyed Adventure Time. And eventually, in 2019, in an earlier season of this show, right, in chat, I did go back and, finish Adventure Time. But Fiona and Cake, I'd heard about it, and I was like, oh yeah, the Fiona and Cake episodes were fun. And then we started getting trailers for it, and it was all about the multiverse, which we're definitely in the multiverse period. Everything's about the multiverse. And I know some people are sick of it. Some people don't want any more multiverse. But you know what? I'm down for more multiverse. I feel like the multiverse is a fun concept. And I don't think we're as oversaturated as some people say. Did we already get the best multiverse movie ever with Everything Everywhere All at Once? Yes. But guess what? I still think there's more you can do with a multiverse. So no, I enjoyed Fiona and Cakes Because every episode was, them going to a different universe. And I really loved the universes they cooked up. So, we go back to Farm World, and we see what's going on with Farm World Finn. We go to, we have a world with the Winter Prince, where basically Ice King and Princess Bubblegum are switched. Fantastic. There is a song that was stuck in my head. The two songs in that episode, the Winter Wonderland, and, the, Put You in a Blender. I don't remember what this song's actual name is. Both great. We see a world ruled by vampires, the world where the Lich won. I think this was a fantastic multiverse episode, right? Like, we're currently there's a new season of What If airing, and the inherent problem with What If is that the What If show writers just come up with a bunch of boring concepts. Like, the first episode of season 2 of What If was fucking awful, because I think it's just such an inherently boring concept. But Fiona and Cake came up with a bunch of really fun concepts. They focused everything about, alternate universe versions of Ice King. And by keeping that one core element structure at the center of the narrative, I feel like it worked very well. Right? I guess maybe that's why, things like Spider-Verse works, because, it focuses on the idea of what does it mean to be a Spider-Man? What does it mean to have great power and great responsibility? What does it mean to sacrifice? Right? Everything, everywhere's all at once works because it centralizes on these three characters and their interactions in the multiverse. It's technically mainly just the mother and daughter, though. Right? Like, it works because it centers on this. Whereas What If's problem is it doesn't have that central narrative. Right? That's its inherent problem. Which, I know they're trying to, cram all the stories together, and, I get it, but it just doesn't fucking work for me. If I'm being honest. Don't get me wrong, I have enjoyed some episodes this season. But I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's more creativity than what they actually do. But no, Fiona and Cake was fantastic. Really got me back into Adventure Time. I did start I rewatched a bunch of old episodes. Really enjoyed it. I think Fiona and Cake has been renewed for a season 2. What I really want from season 2 of Fiona and Cake is I want more of I want specifically I want a show about Beth and Shermie. They've clearly spent some time, setting up this world and everything. So I'd love to see some more Beth and Shermie. Maybe they meet up with Marceline. They rescue Princess Bubblegum. They're trying to stop the guy with one of Ice King's eyes, who's also potentially one of Jake's grandchildren, great-grandchildren, something like that. Right? I feel like there's potential for the Beth and Shermie universe. They just haven't done anything with it. But, whatever. I feel like Fiona and Cake's ending is great, right? With them making their universe canon, I feel like was fantastic. So, yeah. Brian David Gilbert was in the show, and he has a musical number, and it's great, because he's fucking Brian David Gilbert. Let's see, what else? Harley Quinn Season 4 came out this year. I do not think it's as good as some of the previous seasons, but there are some fantastic moments, This one's all about, Harley Quinn's trying to be a good guy, while, Ivy's running the Legion of Doom. And, I thought where they were going with it was they were going to have Harley do evil in her sleep. She was sleep eviling. And that's kind of how it works, because she does kind of kill Nightwing in her sleep. But I thought it was good, not as good as some of the previous seasons. But I still really enjoyed it. It's still a fantastic show, and I just want more. I've been really impressed with what they're doing. It's the one show Warner Brothers hasn't canceled. So, as long as they just keep going with it, I'm down for more, If they're just going to keep making more of it, then yes, please, give me as much as you can. They're setting up Gotham City Sirens in the next season. I feel like Harley found a good balance between, being a hero and being a villain. Because, she defeats Lex Luthor but decides not to kill the Joker. But also she blows up the moon base while saving Superman. I feel like it all worked out pretty well. I feel like there's still so much to do. They got rid of Clayface, which, nothing against Alan Tudyk. It's just, I feel like they've done everything with Clayface that they can do. Like King Shark, I still think they can do more with. Same thing with the Doctor. What's his name? Fucking. I feel like they're still like they've done everything they need to do with these characters, right? I'm down to seeing not more interesting stuff, just new stuff, right? Like they said, there's a saying that you should only kill off a character once you've done everything you need to do with them. And while I don't feel like they need to kill off any characters, I do feel like in many ways they have done everything they need to do with these characters. Or with some of these characters, Not all of them. I still feel like King Shark has a bunch of potential. Him being a dad and getting dad advice from Jim Gordon, worst father of the year, is really fucking funny. And then, they do the Killing Joke real quick. So now we have Oracle. I just feel like it's going places, Catwoman we didn't see, all season, but, Gotham City Sirens. So, there's potential there. And finally, I don't have Percy Jackson on the... So we're 3 episodes into Percy Jackson. I don't have it on the list. Because, well, yes, I enjoyed the first 2 episodes. I feel like it's a really good adaptation. I'm really excited to see where they go to it next year. I'll be honest, episode 3 I thought was just okay. Percy in episode 3 felt very whiny, very bitchy, and I didn't entirely... I don't know, Percy's the type of kid in the books where he just jumps headfirst into danger, caution to the wind kind of guy, act first, ask questions later kind of guy, which is perfectly balanced out by Annabeth. But in the show, right, in episode 3, he's just kind of bitching the entire time, right? Like, oh, who made you team leader? Let's vote on it. And I wasn't... It's not a bad episode, and I do feel like the ending really, right? All the stuff with Medusa was good, and I do like the ending of the episode. But, episode 3 didn't blow me away or anything, so I guess I'm just kind of waiting to see how they wrap up the rest of the show. I am still excited for it. Do not get me wrong, I am still enjoying it as someone who loves the books. But, yeah, that's kind of all I got for that. And then I cannot think of any other TV shows I watched this year. I'm sure I watched something else. I know Succession came to an end this year and I didn't watch it. I know there were other shows. I meant to get around to that Monarch, that Godzilla show. Didn't get around to that. What else did I watch? I know I must have watched something else. I just legitimately cannot think of anything. That, anything that stood out. There was some okay... I think I saw Haley's on It this year. And that show's, okay, I guess. I know Ghost and Molly McGee wraps up next year. I think its series finale is in, January. In, 3 weeks. But yeah, I didn't really watch... It was a great year for movies. Can't really think of that much stuff for TV. So I guess that brings us on to anime. So, great year for movies. Good year for TV. I legitimately didn't watch any anime this year. Okay, I'm sure I watched something, but beats me. I keep a list of all the anime I watch, and I have fucking nothing on it. There was that one show where where she was trying to redeem the Demon Lord. It's something about marrying the Demon Lord, and it was okay. I thought it was fine. It was I think it was 2 seasons. Right, the first season was all about her, trying to get with the Demon Lord, and then the second one was all about her going to the school, meeting the other Demon Lords. so on and so forth. It was okay. Like, I wasn't blown away by it or anything. I feel like the idea of having another isekai character was an interesting idea. But yeah, there was that one. I did not want. There was one about lesbians where it was I'm in love with the villainess. So what? Where right, she was in like a boarding school and she's in love with the villain, but the villain doesn't love her, and it's like very like they're my life as a villainess, all routes lead to doom. Is like a bisexual isekai harem that I really do enjoy. Great show. But there was one that's specifically like lesbian, and I was like, oh, that seems very. All the clips I saw of it were really funny, and I had been recommended the manga, but I never actually got around to reading it. And I haven't seen the show yet. The only show I kind of really remember this year was Life with an Ordinary Guy Who Reincarnated into a Total Fantasy Knockout. I'll be honest, I watched a lot of bullshit isekais this year, because that's kind of all anime seems to want to make. Okay, that's not all, that's just kind of all I watched. A lot of them were garbage, but this one was actually pretty good. It's right, guy who gets reincarnated into the world, but he's beautiful, right? He's like the perfect girl, he charms everybody he sees. And instead of getting like a super powerful weapon, his best friend comes with him. And his best friend is OP. And it's really funny, The characters are so likable. The guy who turns into the fantasy knockout is really funny and plays off the other guy really well. Like, they have great comedic timing with each other. The ending where the one who's been turned into a girl is jealous of each other, and right, how he's never been complimented, and so we get this big compliment thing. That all worked out really well. And yeah, it was just a fun show. I don't know if it's getting a second season or anything, but I kind of hope it does, because I really enjoy it. It's one of the better, like, isekais. At least I thought it was. What was that villain one? I'm gonna try to find the name of the villain one. No idea. I swear I had it in here. I guess not. When it comes to manga, the only one I can really think of this year that I read, well, okay, the Interview with Monster Girls, it wrapped up this year. It had its final, few issues, and I feel like it ended up okay with the kids deciding to start their own podcast. I was like, yeah, that makes sense as an ending, right? If it's all about interviews with monster girls, yeah. But the one that I did like, and it never goes rated R, but it does have some TNA in it. I think I was recommended. It came from the Gal tier list, which is a list made by Broken Daydream over on TikTok. And he has a gal tier list, and one of the manga he recommended was called I think it's Sherry, Chiere. I think it's Sherry. It's called Sherry's Love is 8 Meters, and it's right. This guy's right living his normal high school life when he learns that his childhood best friend is moving back to town. But upon her moving back, surprise, surprise, she's now 8 meters tall. And so, it's them trying to navigate their friendship / potential relationship, but she's an 8-meter tall gal. And yeah, it's a gal, so, there is TNA, but it's just a really good rom-com. I really like both of the characters. The main guy and the girl, right? They're really funny. It's got good supporting cast. Right, Sherry's got an older sister. She's got 2 best friends. One of the teachers, because the main character is in love with muscles, and so one of the teachers is really muscular, and he gets off on that. There's another giant girl they introduce of I don't know, 20 issues in, that is competing with Sherry. It's just really good. It's a really fun little manga that I just picked up because I was like, yeah, this seems like it has potential. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's the one manga recommendation I have this year. It's not the only thing I read this year, but it's like probably the only like great thing I read this year. I know we got some more issues of Catch These Hands this year. Yeah, we got some more Catch These Hands. Not much, actually. Or am I just behind? Oh, yeah, Catch These Hands finished. That's why. I was like, wait, why didn't we get many more? Like, we haven't got anything in a while. It's because it finished this year. Okay, that makes sense. I really do have to read the final few issues. Yeah, it was 4 sections. And yeah, I feel like that's it. That's all I read this year. Not much. But what I did read, I enjoyed, you know. So next up, books. Books, last year we talked about the show Dead End Paranormal Park, which I really enjoyed, and it was based on a book, a graphic novel, and I tried to, pick it up at the time, couldn't, and then, but, when the show was canceled this year, they announced that, like, hey, the show may be canceled, but, for those who never read the books, we're re-releasing the books, and we're going to be doing a third book to finish things off, which I think comes out April of next year. So I was like, oh, I'm just going to pick up both those books, and I did, and then I sat on them until, like, last week. Last week, I finally had some time, so I was like, you know what, fuck it, I need something to read. Yeah, I'll read both of these. And, yeah, guess what, it's pretty good. They're very different from the show, and I do think the show is better, because I feel like the show was able to, like, take what worked about the book and just kind of streamline everything and, explore some different ideas. So I do feel like the show is better, and it sucks that we'll never get a third season, because that would have been fantastic. I'm pretty sure it only needed, like, 10 more episodes to wrap up. But I'm excited for, wherever the book goes. And yeah, that comes out in April, and you better believe we will talk about it. I just talked a lot about Dead Endia last week in episode 52, so yeah, you can just go find out about it there. But they make a lot of good changes, and yeah, I feel like it's all pretty good. I reread the first Percy Jackson book, The Lightning Thief. Still really enjoy it, still think it's a great book. Am definitely excited for whatever comes next. I'm enjoying the show. I read the 6th Percy Jackson book, The Chalice of the Gods. It was not a book that needed to exist, but, I enjoyed it. I'm curious to see where the next 2 are going to go. I did buy the Trials of Apollo books. I saw they were on sale, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, maybe I'll finally read them. Maybe I'll find the time to read them. I don't think they're as long because Heroes of Olympus, those 5 books are really fucking long. Right, like those, like I Blood of Olympus and House of Hades are like 500 pages. And like when I was a kid, yeah, totally. But as an adult, I just don't have that kind of time, Like yeah, no. So, but I feel like the Trials of Apollo, they look a lot shorter. Maybe I'll actually get around to finishing them. Because I started the Hidden Oracle, and then just like, I got like a few chapters in and was like, yeah, whatever. Maybe this time I'll actually read them. Yeah, and Chalice of the Gods was okay. I wasn't blown away by it, but it was fine. Did I read anything else? I picked up a bunch of books this year. I picked up... I read Nimona this year. Right, I've had the book for years now, but I'd never actually read it. So I finally picked that up. I read, is it the Mermaid, the Witch in the Sea? What the fuck is the name of that book? Back in like June or July, I read The Mermaid, the Witch in the Sea. The Mermaid, the Witch in the Sea by Maggie Takata Hall. I read that. That was pretty, I enjoyed it. The School for Good and Evil. I read 2.5 of those books. I read the first 2, and then I started reading the third one and just didn't finish it. I'll be honest, it wasn't really blowing me away or anything, but I started it. Was Who Hunt the Whales this year? Laura K. Dale's book? Was that this year? Laura K. Dale, Jane Eyre's Magnet. Maybe it says at the end? Yeah, that was this year. First published in 2023. So, yeah, video games journalist Laura K. Dale and her wife, Jane Eyre's Magnet, put out a book about, it's a fictional book about, like, all the bad things in the games industry. And it was good. It definitely, I want more of them, because it definitely ends at a point where it's like, okay, well, I want to see what else is going on. I read Dreadnought and Sovereign this year. They're both great, right? I think they were both really interesting. Fun premise, good characters. I know there's going to be a third one eventually. I'm excited to see where that happened. I read those on a plane. Or, well, I listened to them. I picked up The Fourth Wing because I saw that Iron Flame came out. And I had heard about The Fourth Wing, but I'd never read it or anything. And then I saw they were both on sale. And I was like, you know what? For like half off, sure, I'll pick. Even though I think Iron Flame had like just come out, it was either a half off or like a buy one get one 50%. I can't remember. But either way, I was like, you know what? Sure, I'll read those. So I do own both of them, but I haven't read either of them. So I will get around to that eventually. So I guess I did read some good books this year. I've got such a backlog. I've got those 4 Brandon Sanderson novels, because those finally finished this year, right? The 4 secret novels by Brandon Sanderson. I also did pick up The Way of Kings. So I do own The Way of Kings now. I just need to actually read it. Yeah, I guess that's all I got. I mean, I'm sure there's other things I read, but nothing I can think of off the top of my head. Huh. Interesting. What's with this? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Bowser Jr. here. Teeny tiny little babby Bowser Jr. Board games. So usually, right, I'm one of those board game guys. I'm not the biggest board game guy in the world. Like, I'm no Sungwon. But, I do like myself a good board game. This year, I played like nothing. Like, legit. Like, I didn't buy that much this year. I tried to buy less, right? I've got such a big backlog. I'm out of space for board games. So I tried to buy less this year, and I think I mostly did. Yeah, no, I think I mostly did. But the big things this year were, I feel like there's something else I wanted to mention first. Oh, Binding of Isaac. The Binding of Isaac, Four Souls Requiem came out, right? The Kickstarter finally came in. Big, fancy box. So many new cards, so many new characters. And I'll be honest, we barely touched it. We played it like twice, and that was it. Because everyone's so busy nowadays. We're all out of college. We all have jobs. We just don't have time for board games. But, that was a thing. The big thing this year, though, was Ticket to Ride. I played like 5 separate games of Ticket to Ride. I replayed the original like twice. I did Poland. I did Japan. I think Japan was this year. Maybe Japan was last year. And then I did, the most recent one I did like last month was the United Kingdom and Pennsylvania, which were both fantastic. Poland, I don't remember being anything that special. Like Poland was all about like connecting countries, whereas the Pennsylvania was all about working the railroads. Right, you build railroads that give you stocks from different companies, and when you have enough stocks, right at the end of the game, those pay out. So right, like there's one company that has like 12 stock, and so if you get have the most of that stock, you get like an extra like 30 points. Okay, it's not that ridiculous, but it can be. And I did so well on that game. Like I think I finished that one with like 200 points. That one was crazy, but I enjoyed it. And then the United Kingdom adds like a tech tree, right? Like, hey, did you ever want Ticket to Ride to have a tech tree where you got to spin cards to be able to make 4 lines, 5 lines. You got to pay cards to be able to go into a different country. You got to pay cards to be able to go over water, right? It basically adds a tech tree to the game, which it completely changes it, but I think that's really interesting. I think that adds so much to it. So I'd have to say Ticket to Ride was kind of the board game of the year. I don't really remember what the board game of the year last year was, because I feel like that's kind of when we started to fall off of things. But this year we cratered hard. I did pick up Ticket to Ride Legends of the West, right? Ticket to Ride Legacy did come out like in November. I have picked it up. We can barely find time to play the normal game. I have no forking idea how we're going to find time to play Legacy of the West. But I'm excited for whenever we get to do that. I did also pick... The only other thing I picked up this year that I can really remember is I picked up CDSK. I think it's CDSK. It's like a trivia game where, it'll give you a topic that's like, oh, your topic is birthdays. And like you pick on like how confident you are about birthdays. And so if you pick like a 1, it'll ask you like, oh, which famous person was born on President's Day? But then if you pick a 10, it'll ask like, oh, who is the man who invented the birthday song? Right? Just like shit like that. Right? Who was the first person to ever have a birthday? Right? It does weird shit like that, but you basically pick on like how confident you are at the subject. And then other than that, it kind of seems to be like a Trivial Pursuit type of thing. I don't know. I picked it up for Christmas. And I hopefully will play that sometime in the next week. So, maybe on New Year's. So we will talk about that if I do end up getting around to that. But yeah, that was kind of it for board games. Not much really. So I guess that takes us to Miscellaneous. So what miscellaneous things do I have? Soda. So right, I'm a big soda guy. I collect sodas. Right? That's what I replaced collecting amiibos with. God, I'm almost done with that. There's literally 1 amiibo left, and then I'm done. I'm free. But no, I've collected some weird sodas. This year, there wasn't really anything that special. Like, Mountain Dew introduced, like, a passion fruit. And, like, it wasn't mango, but it was something like that. They were okay. I know they reintroduced, like, the Gamer Fuel one as well. Like, the orange, like, Master Chief one. I'll be honest, I didn't get it. Soda just really hasn't been a thing for me this year. Like, I really can't think of anything I went out to pick up. So, yeah. No, I don't really have anything. Music. There was, it was the year of Taylor Swift. Yes, I listened to 1984, 1982. God, I'm forgetting the album's name. 1980 something. Yes, it was good. Yes, the original album. 1989, excuse me. For some reason I thought it was 84. Yes, I listened to 1989. Yes, it was good. I saw the Eras Tour movie. It was good. Let people have fun at these things. But another song I really liked. It would not be a year in music for me if one of the songs I really liked wasn't on Todd in the Shadow's worst list. So of course I really liked Olivia Rodrigo's Vampire. That song just got, I don't know, back in like September, maybe October. I cannot remember when. At some point, that song just got stuck in my head, and for like 2 weeks was just an unkillable earworm. Right. I know it starts off slow. I will totally agree with that. Like, it takes a while to get started. But in my opinion, once it gets started, I just fucking loved it, man. I just fucking... Once that beat kicks in, oh my god. I thought it was great. But, yeah, I seem to be the only... But, you know, it wouldn't be a year without at least one. Dropout, for some reason I have College Humor as a special category, and I have no idea why, but, Dropout put out, there's a lot of stuff from Dropout this year. I think we got a season of Game Changer that was fantastic. You know, just a fantastic season of Game Changer with, the escape room one was great. The Shakespeare one was fantastic. Other great episodes. Was the wedding episode this season or last season? Yeah, the Shakespeare one. The Bachelor. The Bachelor was fun. And then Escape the Green Room. And then they did Battle Royale. Yeah, Game Changer Battle Royale was great. I'm super excited for the next season, which I think is in February. And then the other thing I really liked from College Humor / Dropout, I know they're Dropout. I'm just going to keep calling them College Humor. Is this me dead naming them? Yes, I guess. So my favorite thing from Dropout was Mentopolis. I watched Mentopolis. It's the one Dimension 20 thing I actually got to this year. It's a very bit heavy season of Dimension 20, but I had so much fun with it. The concept, I loved Inside Out, right? I loved Osmosis Jones as a kid. Loved Inside Out. So I was like, oh yeah, you know, this is a great concept. They have a lot of fun with it. So many jokes, so many bits, so many good payoffs. You know, the guests, they bring in Freddie Wong, who I knew from, I knew from all his classic stuff, but I know he did D&D with Dungeons and Daddies, so that was great. They got Hank Green on, and he does great as the Fix. And there's just a bunch of fun concepts and ideas, and I feel like it all pays off really well. Yeah, no, if you haven't, I think Mentopolis might be a great place to start with Dimension 20. Like, of course, I always, start off at the beginning, start off with Fantasy High, but I honestly feel like if you wanted to get into something more recent, right, that is pretty self-contained, I think Mentopolis is a great place to go. I started Burrower's End, I got through, like, the first episode, and was like, and it's like, I need to listen to more, but I didn't. Same thing with, I know Fantasy High season, junior year is starting up soon. I'll be honest, I never listened to sophomore year, so I'll get around to it eventually. As I say all the time, I'll get around to it eventually. So the last thing I got here for the 2023 in review before we get into Game of the Year, the big one, is YouTubers, right? Every year I keep a list of YouTubers who I watched, who I really enjoyed, right? Just to spread the love, spread some good word. Some people are very popular, some people are less popular. Usually I only get the popular ones, but every once in a while it works out. So, early on this year, this was the year of Pikmin 4, so I was on a big Pikmin kick. There was a YouTuber called Heff, Heff, who did a bunch of Pikmin stuff. I think, was he the Pikmin mod guy? I want to say he was the Pikmin mod guy. Right, just doing, like, Pikmin mods, like Pikmin Charged, Pikmin, 236, right? Just a bunch of good Pikmin stuff. Yeah, 269 Pikmin, Maximum Spice, just a bunch of fun Pikmin content. And you know, I love me some Pikmin, so this was all great. Right? I really enjoyed all of the stuff. Fiznom, I know we turned on Fiznom, right? Because he said some bad things about, I want to say, Security Breach Ruin, and then told his fan base to bully someone or something like that. But early on into the year, right, last week we talked about that one guy who's a dog, whose name I cannot remember off the top of my head. Guy who was a dog. What the fuck was his name? Blah. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I'm gonna look up sister location. Markiplier, him, blah, JT Music, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah, the guy's name was Yeah. And so, from Yeah, right, I was watching his stuff late into last year. So this year, right, Fiznom, I watched some of his streams. He did like I think it was like a 6-hour stream. It might have been even longer, explaining the entire lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. And I listened to that while I was at work for like 2 weeks. That was like 2 weeks of just every day at work, you know, sitting there working on my computer, just listening to that. Even though I knew a lot of things, it was still it was fun to listen to. But I know we've all turned on Fiznom. I know he's still making stuff. So yeah. Right, like he went away for like a month and then he just came back as if nothing happened. You know how it goes. So I don't watch him. I don't know. He got kicked off that FNAF Plus because of everything that happened, but yeah. What the hell was this? Sometimes I write in my notes for these YouTubers, I usually try to put like what stuff they created. This one does not have a note. There's this Cherberg, CHRBRG. I don't remember why I was watching this guy. Maybe Kerbal Space Program. It's in my recommended searches. It says Kerbal Space Program. I don't know. I'm a huge Kerbal Space Program guy. Maybe that was it. I don't know. This was like a year ago now, or this was like back in like January. So maybe that was it. Yeah, I don't know. This guy's on here for something. D-Pad Gamer. Who's that? D-Pad Gamer. Oh, is he like a challenge run guy? That kind of what it looks like. Right. How many jumps to beat Super Mario RPG? Can you beat Sonic Frontiers with no jumps? Speed running stuff, Easter eggs, glitches. I don't know. It says Banjo-Tooie, but it takes even less jumps. Stardew Valley stuff. So yeah, I must have just been into it. Yeah, can you beat Banjo-Kazooie with no jumps? Yeah, there was a period where I was like watching Banjo-Kazooie earlier this year. Right, where I got big into, maybe it was like speed running or something like that. I don't remember, but I remember watching a bunch of Banjo-Kazooie earlier this year. Is this some guy named Sample? Oh, it looks like it's the same thing. Challenge runs. Can you beat Battle Block Theater without jumping? How you beat Plants vs. Zombies blindfold, Stardew Valley with no gold, beating the whole, how many jumps does it take to beat the whole Kirby series? So yeah, I like challenge runs, right? We talked last week about Mitten Squad, right? Rest in peace, Paul, and right, how, just challenge runs are great, and Paul did a fantastic job at it, but I really like challenge run stuff, right? It's really interesting to see, like some, I think it was Game Champ 3000, they just did a thing about can you beat Mario Odyssey without collecting a coin. And that's like an hour and a half long video. So, right, I love me a good challenge run. So, yeah, I was probably just into that for a little bit. I found out about Smitty this year. I'd heard the name before, but I'd never actually seen any of their stuff. But I actually sat down, I recently I watched their Lethal Company video, and that's actually really funny. Like, that I enjoyed that. I remember seeing their stuff on Payday 3. Probably the most fun anyone has had with Payday 3, if I'm being honest. There was the one with, where was that one shooter with the cards? Oh god, what was that called? Oh, there was Rounds. They did modded Rounds a bunch early in the year, and that was a lot of fun. I love the hidden role games, right? Like, or like the asymmetric multiplayers, like Last Train Out of Wormtown. And I feel like Smitty just does a really good job with those games. So yeah, I got into that. Didn't watch anybody else they play with, just them, but I enjoyed it. There was a, okay, next up, No Rules Barred. So this is a board game channel. They play board games, but they specifically have a series called, oh, what is it called? No Rules Barred. House Rules. They have a series called House Rules where they play a game, a board game, but they put like some sort of condition on it. Right? Like there's some sort of catch. So, right, like they did Yahtzee, but you're blindfolded. Chutes and Ladders, but there's only chutes. The Game of Life, but right, they made a bunch of stupid comments. I know Veilfisk also did that this year, and that was also very funny. Battleship with Shots, Connect 4 blindfolded. Just like a bunch of, playing, I'm used to like watching like, hey, video game but twist. This was board game but twist. And it was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed what they did. There was, of course, Eddie Burbank, whatever. And Ted Nivison, they did their holy pilgrimage to Margaritaville, and then, of course, they killed Jimmy Buffett. But I had heard of the Rainforest Cafe video last year, didn't watch it. Of course, I knew of Eddie from the Gus and Eddie podcast, because I used to be a fan of Gus Johnson. But, right, I heard about the Rainforest Cafe video, didn't watch it. But I saw the Margaritaville video and was like, you know what, maybe I should watch this. So I watched both the Rainforest Cafe videos and the Margaritaville videos. Fantastic. Just great, like, they're movies, effectively. But, about their pilgrimages. And they were great. Great videos. And I've been watching more of Eddie's stuff since then. He recently did a video on the Sphere. That was really good. He did a video on ghost kitchens, which I actually think I watched the ghost kitchen video before I watched the Margaritaville video. I think the ghost kitchen video came on like my recommended feed, and I was like, you know what? I am kind of curious about this. Sure, let's hear what you got to say. But those Margaritaville videos were really good. And the Rainforest Cafe one. Of course, Ted Nivison also has his own perspective on those. Go watch those. Next up, I got some more Pikmin guy. I got Vantage Emblem. Another Pikmin 4 guy who, I got big into right before Pikmin 4 came out. Because, I was big into that. Also, yeah, this list kind of stops in July. I'll be honest, I didn't really... Like, I found my channels early in the year, and then just didn't watch anybody new for, like, months. But yeah, no, I watched a bunch of, like, Vantage Emblem stuff, just about, basically stuff of speculation about Pikmin 4. Were they the ones who had that big video on, Yeah, so they did a Recovering Pikmin's 3 6th main story area. Hour-long video about, the area lost from Pikmin 3. Really good. Really interesting, like, one of those, like, gaming history videos. One of those, like, hidden, like, lost content, like, boundary break style things. Really interesting. Do recommend it. From there, here at the end of the year, so, usually I pick, like, hey, here was my favorite guy to watch this year. But I do have a runner-up, I guess. The Try Guys. I'd heard of the Try Guys years ago when Dropout, formerly College Humor, made fun of them. Right? I think Mike Trapp, Grant O'Brien, and two others made videos making fun of the Try Guys back when they worked for BuzzFeed. So that was where I had first heard about them, but I never actually watched any of their stuff. And then this year, and I know there was that whole Try Guys, or there was a College Humor video about how Grant and Keith look alike. But then, like a month ago, or something like that, like back in November, Keith has a series called Eat the Menu. Oh, and also I knew about the Try Guys drama. Like, I'd heard about them, I heard about the drama. I really don't have any right takes on that, really, and I'm not going to say anything. Other than, they say that... I remember when the drama was happening, they talked a lot about how he's the wife guy. How he's constantly talking about his wife. And then now that I'm watching their old content, 1000%. Every video he mentions his wife. And it's just him constantly talking about his wife. How, he's making this dish inspired by his wife. I totally get it, right? Totally get it now. But, okay, so Keith does a series called Eat the Menu. And I saw a thing for, hey, he was going to do a 3-part series on the Cheesecake Factory. The Cheesecake Factory is a restaurant that fascinates me. Originally for, like, the architecture, because it's the weirdest architecture in the world, but it also has a giant menu. So, eating everything at the Cheesecake Factory sounded really interesting. So I was like, oh, and then I also saw Grant O'Brien guest starred in and I think part 3. So I was like, oh yeah, that sounds really interesting. So I started watching Eat the Menu, right? I watched those Cheesecake Factory ones, and then I watched a bunch of the other series. And then after watching Eat the Menu, I started watching the Without a Recipe, right? The current, right? This is like, we're in December now. So the newest season of Without a Recipe is airing. I went back and I watched a bunch of the old episodes. And guess what? Those are fantastic, right? They don't know at all what they're doing, and it's so good. And they do some really funny, really interesting stuff. And then just this week, I watched Phoning It In, because they announced the new season of that. And so I was like, oh, I'll check this out. The second episode, the one where they make the chocolate theme, where they make the eclairs and whatnot, was so funny. I was in tears. I was laughing so hard. A fantastic episode. And I think the rest of the series was great as well. I feel like it ended on a great note, and so I'm super excited to, if they're going to do a Phoning In, they're doing a season 2 in like May. So yeah, you better believe I'll be there. So yeah, I got really into the Try Guys in like the very last month of the year, really. But of course, right, the big YouTuber I got into this year. So about halfway through the year, I saw a recommended video from a guy named Dapper, and it was about a game called Spy Party. I really like the game Spy Party, but I am not good at it. So I like to watch Let's Plays of it. But not that many people Let's Play Spy Party. So when I saw this video, I was like, oh yeah, it's these two guys, Dapper and Khan, playing Spy Party. And I was like, yeah, okay, these seem interesting. So for like a month, they were playing Spy Party. And then I started watching some of their other videos. Like, there were like videos of them in like... Oh, they were like playing like hide and seek with cars. There were a few other things, but I was like, oh yeah, these guys are really interesting. And so I started, I kind of moved away from Dapper pretty quickly and moved over to Khan. Now, Khan mostly plays a game called Scrap Mechanic with 2 other people, Moonbow and Scrapman. And all 3 of these guys are really interesting. They do there's some other people as well in there, but it's mostly, right, Dapper, Khan, and Moonbow. No, it's mostly Khan, Moonbow, and Scrapman. They have a series called Multiplayer Monday, where, in some of the older ones, they were, they'd have like a challenge, like make a tricycle. So they'd, and then they'd each build their tricycle, and then they'd have to, do a race with it. There was one where they did like they had to design a vehicle to carry an explosive. They designed a vehicle that would drive on an explosive. Right, just a bunch of multiplayer Monday challenges. Most of these videos are like 2 to 3 years old at this point. And more recently, Multiplayer Monday has been hide and seek. Right, they've been playing hide and seek in the game Scrap Mechanic. And they're fantastic. And I watched every episode of hide and seek. And I loved it. And then, I watched a bunch of these old Multiplayer Monday challenges. And I had a fantastic time. So my YouTuber of the year is Con, or specifically Con Gaming, who I think does a great job. I've mostly been watching his old stuff, I'll admit. Right, a lot of the videos I watched from him were anywhere from like 2 to like 6 years old, outside of the hide and seek stuff. But it's really good. I was thoroughly entertained the entire time. Is it a Let's Play channel? Yes, but it's a Let's Play channel with friends. And I just, sometimes you just really need that. Just 3 guys who are, just playing video games, who are good at what they're doing, right? Scrapman, Moonbow, Con, all are really good at their stuff, right? Like, Con got really into piston engines, and so he made some really fascinating stuff with that. A Dapper shows up again in one of these series, where there's like a Noob v Pro, where it's, right, Con the Pro versus someone who's a noob. And I think Dapper shows up in a few of those, and it's really interesting. So yeah, no, a great YouTuber, mostly focusing on like 1 or 2 games. Scrap Mechanic, there was another car building game that they did a bunch of stuff in. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. And the hide and seek stuff is great. Like, I think there was just a new episode that came out like last week. So yeah, still making new content, and I recommend it. I could definitely see how it's not for everybody, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, and there's a great backlog with like hundreds of episodes. And like that's like I didn't even watch any of like the single player stuff. Like I think he just started a new single player series, so I'll have to get into that. But yeah, it was basically once I found Scrapman and Con and Moonbow in like July, that was it. That was all I watched for the rest of the year. I mean, of course, there's a few other things here and there, but that was mostly it, right? I just really enjoyed them. So here at the end, do I give my in memoriam Mitten Squad a fantastic channel, and it will dearly be missed. Paul was, he clearly suffered a lot, but he did a lot of great stuff, and I hope he knows how much he meant to us. I also got to give to Achievement Hunter. Achievement Hunter is officially dead as of this year. And yeah, I've not been, I kind of have not been paying attention to Rooster Teeth. Other than Fuckface, which I think Fuckface is still pretty entertaining. Other than that, I have not been paying attention to Rooster Teeth at all. So, I kind of get why they killed Achievement Hunter. Right? Like, especially if they want to move on and do their own projects. I totally get it. I have not checked out Dog Bark. I don't even think I watched a single episode. I just know it's a thing that exists. Man. And then finally, a special shout out. Smosh. Right, Ian and Anthony bought Smosh back this year from Rhett and Link. And, they came back. They made a bunch of classic sketches. They've been doing their Smosh Rewind series, which is them just going back and looking at previous episodes. And that's been fantastic. The most recent one, they had Danebo, creator of The Annoying Orange, on. And they were great. And that was just a really good episode. Right? If you haven't seen Flashback, it's Flashback with Smosh. Smosh Rewind? I think it's Flashback with Smosh. If you used to like Smosh like 5-10 years ago, you will love this series. And I think Smosh is doing some great stuff. They did a new food battle. I hope they do, right? Like right now it feels like they're just kind of going back and playing all their greatest hits again. But I do hope they kind of move on and start doing new stuff. Will I be there? I don't know. But for the time, I am here, and I am really enjoying it. Ian and Anthony have a great dynamic. And yeah, it's really good to see it again. They play off of each other really well. They're able to look back at their old jokes and be like, God, we were fucking idiots. We were misogynists as well. Like they're fully aware of that, right? Because they were young adults in the 2000s. There's something else with Smosh as well. I can't remember. I don't know. It was great. Smosh was great. It's good to see him back. It's good to see him back. Keep up the good work. So yeah, I guess that's all. That's all I got for my rewind. I guess that takes us to Game of the Year. So, Game of the Year, how I do it, there's only one kind of two rules. That is, specifically, it has to be a game I played this year, obviously. Game of the Year 2023, it has to be a game I played this year. Does not have to be a game that released this year. Nope, the game could have released in 1989. Still counts. As long as I played it this year. That's rule number one. Rule number two is it cannot have been on a previous year's list. So, I'll tell you right now, Pikmin 3, not on this list. Because even though I played it 3 times this year, it is not on this list because it was on my Game of the Year list 3 years ago. And I think it was on the 2020 Game of the Year list. So, nope, it does not qualify. So that's it. Those are my two rules. I will admit, I do weigh, because, everything has, a weight to it. And I do weigh older games less. So, if a game came out a few years ago, I weigh it less than a game that, just came out, a few weeks ago. If that makes sense. But other than that, I try to keep things simple. I know people come up with all these crazy rules. I used to have a no DLC rule. I don't anymore. Whatever goes. Whatever goes. I do, before we get into it though, I have a bunch of games I did not play. So these are games I did not play that I was curious about that will not be on the list. So just, hey, spoiler alert, none of these things are going to be on the list. So do not be disappointed, right? When they're not here, because guess what? I didn't play them. Baldur's Gate 3. I know it's a lot of people's game of the year. It's an amazing game. I totally get it. I didn't play it. Nope. I'll get around to it eventually one of these days. I've heard nothing but amazing things. It obviously won at the Game Awards. I just didn't get around to it. Resident Evil 4 Remake. I love Resident Evil 4. I played the Wii version back in the day. Really enjoyed it. Didn't play the remake. Final Fantasy 16. When it comes to RPGs, I'm awful. I cannot play an RPG. I didn't play Baldur's Gate, didn't play Final Fantasy 16. I'm sure there's another RPG somewhere on this list. Alan Wake 2, I think I can't remember, are they remaking the original Alan Wake? They might be, or maybe they already did, I kind of can't remember. At some point, I do want to play the original Alan Wake, then play Control, then play Alan Wake 2. That did not happen this year, so Alan Wake 2 is not on this list. Street Fighter 6. I picked up Street Fighter 6 here at the very end of the year, and I just haven't got around to playing it. I will. I literally have it in my PS4 or PS5 right now. I just didn't actually get around to playing it. Metroid Prime Remastered, right? They remade Metroid Prime. I never played the original, right? I never played the trilogy on Wii. But I bought Metroid Prime Remastered, was going to sit down and play it, never got around to it. Pizza Tower, I know for a lot of people, Pizza Tower was the weird indie hit of the year, right? Every year, there is a weird indie hit and a mainline indie hit. Pizza Tower was the weird indie hit of the year. And I just didn't get around to it. I'll play it when like I say with most of these games, I'll play it when it comes to Switch. The developers have confirmed they are working on a Switch port. It just hasn't come out yet. Slay the Princess. This was a game that I just thought looked very interesting. Right? I was just like, oh, that seems interesting. right? It's about like the narrative of a princess. I don't know. I meant to get around to it, and then I just never did. You know, because I was curious. Dave the Diver. I was waiting for this game to get a Switch port, and then it finally did. And by that point, I was just busy. I was just too busy to play it. So I will get around to Dave the Diver. I have not bought it, unlike Dredge, which is the next thing that I haven't played. I just have not got around to it. I'll get around to it eventually. It is not an indie game, right? If Pizza Tower was the weird indie hit, Dave the Diver was the mainline indie hit of the year. I've heard great things. I do want to play it. I'll get around to it. Dredge, same thing. I think it's a Lovecraftian boat game. Dave the Diver and Dredge did have a crossover, I guess. Sounds very interesting. I'll get around to it. Cocoon. I heard great things about Cocoon. I heard it's one of those games that you don't want to know much about, that you should just kind of go in blind. And so I will. I did buy it. I just didn't get around to playing it. Same thing with Venba. Venba was a game that I think seems very interesting, right? It's about cooking. And I was like, yeah, you know, I'm curious about that. And then even though I hear it's only like a 2-hour game, I just didn't get around to it. And I kind of regret it. Because I probably could have made the time. I just didn't. But I wanted to. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. I didn't play. Right. I own Cyberpunk 2077. Did not get around to Phantom Liberty. I'll get around to it eventually. Sea of Stars. Again, not good with RPGs. But I do want to play it. I've heard great things about it. I'll get around to it. Super Mario RPG, same thing. Right. I've tried to play Super Mario RPG like 4 times, and I've never finished it. And, you know, maybe I bought the remake. Maybe this is the time I'll actually finish it. But that's not today. And then finally, Armored Core 6. You know, I heard good things about it, but I just didn't. You know, it's a From Software game. I do want to play more From Software games. I guess just not right now. So those are all the games I didn't play. What about the games I actually did? What are my games of the year? So, number 10. So, I love myself a good little indie puzzle game. A game you can sit down and play and, you know, it doesn't take that long, a few hours. Just a nice little puzzle game. And, you know, they don't always have to be, like, stuff like Goose Game or Donut County technically count as stuff like that, right? Like, they're not really puzzle, but they kind of are. Last year, my big little indie puzzle game was not Donut County. Oh god, it was a game about a donut factory. What was it called? Donut. I'm trying to look it up right now. Donut. Why can I not find it? Oh, Freshly Frosted, because it's called Freshly Frosted. So last year, the big indie puzzle game I got into was Freshly Frosted, which was a cute little game about making donuts. Really did enjoy it. So, another game that, you know, I really enjoyed last year was Unpacking. I think Unpacking also, right, last year, Freshly Frosted came at number 7, and Unpacking came at number 6, right? In the new I think we called him a Tidy 'em Up, right? You know, like it's a game about cleaning. And this year, the Tidy 'em Up was A Little to the Left. So A Little to the Left is I think I saw it on a Nintendo Direct, but it's a very simple game. You're given a few objects on like a flat background, and your goal is to just put them in the right place, line them up in the correct order, make like something symmetrical, and it's really, you know, it's just a bunch of little puzzles like that. Like, you'll be given like a bunch of, what was the level I played today? There was one where I was given these Christmas ornaments, and the Christmas ornaments have like these wave patterns on them. And you have, because there was a Christmas DLC recently, and right, you gotta line up the wave pattern to make sure, you know, they all line up correctly as to make a wave. Or there's one where you're given like an empty box, and a bunch of objects, and you just have to fit them in their right spot, right? So you're given like a box full of ornaments, or there was like a fish tackle box, and you had to make sure like all the lures were in the right place, all the bobbers, right? You just have to make sure it's a tidying them up simulator. Just make sure everything is in the right place. Some levels have multiple solutions. So like the Christmas levels, there was one with a nutcracker. And there were multiple ways to line up the nutcracker. You could line them up based on like on their head, they had like a crown, and one crown has like 1 point. Another's crown has 2 points. Another's has 3 points. Another option of how to do that where they were all holding like swords. But one had no sword, one had a tiny sword, one had a bigger sword, one had a giant sword, and so you line them up by sword length. The third option to solve the level was you could solve it by beard length. One had no beard, one had a very long beard, right? So there are some levels that there are multiple ways to solve. My least favorite levels were the cemetery ones. There are some levels that you solve by just putting all the items symmetrical. And technically there are like a bunch of different correct answers. But some of those levels drove me crazy because I felt like I was just never doing it right. There are some huge, like the tackle box, for example, was just massive. Like it took me probably 20 minutes just to organize that one tackle box. But it's fun. It's simple but fun. I enjoyed it. And yeah, if you're looking for a cute little puzzle game that'll, take you a few hours, I recommend Unpacking more. But if you want something, if you finish Unpacking and you want some more, A Little to the Left is pretty good. Next up, so I mentioned earlier how every year there's a mainstream indie hit and a weird indie hit. Right? This year the weird indie hit was Pizza Tower, and the mainstream indie hit was Dave the Diver. Well, last year, admittedly, I don't remember what what was the big indie game last year? Was it? I don't remember what the mainline indie hit from last year was. I cannot remember. Usually it's whatever wins the Game Award, right? Whatever won at the Game Awards. That was the mainline indie hit. The obscure indie, right, the weird indie game of last year was a little thing called Trombone Champ. And Trombone Champ finally got ported over to Switch, and it is my number 9 game of the year. It's it's Trombone Guitar Hero. But there is just something so charming about that, especially on Nintendo Switch, where you can do it with motion controls, right? You can use the stick if you want, but motion controls are the preferred way to play, as well as the IR sensor. So Joy-Cons on the Switch have an IR sensor that, the only games that use it are, 1-2 Switch and that stupid, eShop Night Vision game. But yeah, now Trombone Champ can be added to that. Of course, it's an awful way to play the game, if I'm being honest. I don't recommend playing with the IR sensor. But the motion controls worked fine, right? Waggling a Joy-Con up and down to control the trombones was great. You could literally play it with just one Joy-Con in one hand. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I played every stage. I was not very good at it, but I did every level. I got the end. You find out about the baboons, and there's this weird plan to take over the world, and you summon a demon. You collect Pokemon cards. The game is fun. The writing is funny. I will admit, the final how to beat the final boss, how to even get to the final boss, is a little obscure. I did eventually have to look something up. But other than that, I really enjoy Trombone Champ. It's just a weird little game, and I get why everybody loves it. Of course, the one benefit to having it on PC over Switch is the modding scene. I have seen some fantastic mods for Trombone Champ, including somebody took the Piranha Plant song from Mario Brothers Wonder and put it in Trombone Champ, and it was amazing. If I was the Trombone Champ developers, I would be reaching out to Nintendo to try to work something out. Like that, I'm sure they are doing that in the background, but like Nintendo, it's a missed opportunity. Because I feel like Nintendo music would be perfect in a game like Trombone Champ. But there was a bunch of other stuff. One Winged Angel in Trombone Champ was fantastic. I've been using Trombone Champ as my bumper music in my YouTube videos for the past few weeks now. I think that was in the Pikmin video. I don't know. I used it somewheres. But it's just a weird... I don't like rhythm games. And that's part of the reason why this is only number 9. I don't like rhythm games. I'm not very good at rhythm games. But Trombone Champ didn't ask me to be good. It just asked me to try my best and play the one military song like 30 times. And I was willing to do that. So yeah, you know, if you have a Switch, easy recommendation. I think it's on sale right now as well. I think that's the other thing. I'm pretty sure it's on sale right now. So, easy recommendation. It has 4-player multiplayer, and I did actually try out the multiplayer, and it works great. I think it's a well-done multiplayer. It's an easy recommendation for me. Next up, number 8. So, how do I start this? I really like stomping around the Commonwealth. We talked about how during the pandemic, my my coping mechanism was playing Fallout. And, watching people like Mitten Squad and Mike Burnfire and Zach. Right, those were my coping mechanisms. And I really just like the cycle of Fallout New Vegas of explore, combat, loot. It's just, it works well for me. Like, it scratches that neurological itch to make something I really enjoy. And I really do like stomping around the Commonwealth in Fallout 4. New Vegas is very fun. I don't really care for Fallout 3. But, I really like stomping around the Commonwealth. So, Bethesda put out their new game this year, Starfield. And Starfield is my number 8. Yep, I enjoyed Starfield enough for it to make the list. It didn't make the list that high, but I had fun with it. It wasn't anything amazing. I didn't do everything. I actually didn't even put that much time into it. I think I only put like 30 hours. I basically just beat the game, did a few side quests, and that was it. But I had fun with it. Was it anything amazing? Was it as fun to explore Starfield as it was Fallout 4? No. Does it have as many... I honestly had I had very few bugs. I think the worst thing I ever had was the game crashed on me once. Maybe twice. Other than that, any of the bugs people talk about, I didn't really experience. I didn't really have any of the bugs people talk about. Not saying that people didn't have those, it's just I didn't experience it. I played it on Xbox, and I just really enjoyed it. Exploring space is not as good as exploring the Commonwealth. But it is still pretty good. I did have a good time doing it. And I recommend, would I recommend it over Baldur's Gate 3? No. But I do think if you like Fallout, if you like the Fallout games, you might like this, right? I think there's a good chance. I do feel, I honestly, if you want the Fallout 4 formula more though, that cycle of explore, combat, loot, I'd probably recommend Cyberpunk over this. Because I hear Cyberpunk actually does that formula pretty well. But I feel like Starfield did a good job at it. It has its flaws. I will admit I'm not as invested in its story as I am But to be fair, I'm not as invested in its story as New Vegas. But I will say, I guess I was more invested than I was in Fallout 4. The story in Fallout, I love stomping around the Commonwealth, but I love it because actually doing the story in Fallout 4 fucking sucks. Fallout 4's story is awful. So I guess I liked Starfield's story more than Fallout 4's, but it's problematic in its own ways. I don't know. Joseph Anderson will eventually make a video on it, and go watch that whenever that eventually comes out. Eventually. But no, I enjoyed Starfield. Was it amazing? No, but I enjoyed my time with it. I know some people really hate it. I think it only got a single nomination at the Game Awards. And honestly, I get it. There are just so many good games this year that, yeah, no, of course it only got one nomination, that it was never going to win. Because everything good that I think it does, another game does better. But I still enjoyed Starfield. I did still enjoy it for what it was, because I accepted it for what it... Alright, I didn't need it to be anything else. I just needed to, go around, stomping around in space, coming up to Cowboy Planet and dealing with cowboy people, becoming the sheriff, shit like that. Joining the military, coming across Batman, right? Weird shit like that. That's kind of what I like, and I feel like Starfield, it's exactly what I wanted it to be. Won't be what everyone wants it to be, but it's what I wanted. Next up... So, number 7 here. This is the last thing to be added to the list. I'll be honest, I've reordered this list 1,000 times, and I'll talk about that again in a little bit. But as part of that, doing the list over and over again, I had an open spot. Oh, did I say number 6? I'm at number 7. I had an open spot at number 7 for a while, where I was like, I know there's a lot of great games out there. I just needed to find the one perfect one to fill this spot. And what I ended up coming across was, well, I'm a fan of Mark Brown. So Mark Brown, right, who runs Game Maker's Toolkit, makes a lot of great videos. And this is not the last time you will even hear him mentioned tonight. But he makes a lot of good videos on making games. Even though I've never made a game, I don't even really want to make a game. He does a good job at explaining things, how games work. And one of his yearly traditions is not to do a game of the year, but instead pick a game that he likes mechanically, that does something interesting, and explain how that works. And sometimes the game's not even good. Like, I think he picked Watch Dogs 3 for one of those years, and that was not a great game. But no, it's been stuff in the past like Snake Pass, Baba Is You, both games that made my Game of the Year lists. But this year, so he put out his video earlier this week on like, hey, this is the game that I find mechanically interesting. And it's about a game called Jasant. And Jasant is my number 7 game of the year. I watched his video talking about how the climbing in that game works. And the climbing reminds me, he brings it up eventually in the video, but when I first saw it, I was like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of QWOP. Or, I guess Mount Your Friends as well. But there was a version of QWOP that was all about, like, climbing a rock wall. Where, you controlled it with your hands. And that's what Jasant reminded me of. And I was like, that kind of seems interesting. But, I watched this video and was like, oh, that game seems interesting. Maybe I'll pick it up if it's on sale. So I checked the PlayStation Store, and sure enough, it was on sale. So I just downloaded it, and I played it. And guess what? I really liked it. Yeah, no, it's a really... The climbing is... For more details on the climbing, I highly recommend that video. He does a great job at explaining things that, that it allows you to climb wherever you want. Because they didn't want to make QWOP, right? They didn't want to make baby mode or whatever the new Bennett Foddy game is. But they, so they allowed you to, like, recharge your stamina. They have tethers so that way you can make waypoints. Right, some good ideas. But you know what? While playing it, what I actually reminded me of, above all else? Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus is a game all about climbing, right? You climb to the Colossus, or you ride your horse over, and then you climb the Colossus itself. But you sometimes you have to climb walls, you have to make risky jumps, right? Whatever it demands. And just reminded me of the climbing part, right? Like, okay, if you've ever played Shadow of the Colossus, after you beat the game, it's usually when you'll have enough stamina. There's a secret garden at the very back of the castle at the start of the game. But you can only get to that garden if you have enough stamina. And when I Let's Played the game a while ago, I actually made it for the first time ever to that secret garden. But, right, the secret garden is like this big climbing challenge, and you need a lot of stamina to get there. And Jasant feels like it took that idea and just was like, hey, what if we just took this idea of like this one big climb and, made it into a whole game where it's all about climbing this mountain towards this big end goal, right? You're like, I don't want to spoil the story, but you're basically like blowing these shells to bring back the ocean. They kind of give it away. They give it away very early on, like kind of what you're doing. But there's a few twists and turns here, right? So I was like, okay, that's what it reminded me of. Just climbing the mountain reminded me of climbing up to one of those colossuses. The art style is very interesting. The music is different than Shadow of the Colossus, I'll admit that. But, I think the music does a good job at setting the atmosphere. The main character, whatever their name is, and their cute little companion, like, yeah, sure. It's not a horse, but I think it does its job well. The locations are interesting to explore. I just, it's a very simple game about climbing. You can beat it in like a few hours. I think I beat it in like 6 hours. So, it wasn't that long, but I really enjoyed it. I had a fun time climbing this mountain. They give you a lot of options on how you want to climb. Not how you want to climb it, but like, they give you a lot of options so that way you don't like fuck everything up. Right? Like, you're able to create checkpoints that, you can pull yourself back up to. And that's really nice. I admittedly probably should have used them more, especially in the beginning. But it all works very well. It's a very fun and creative game. So next up, last year, near the end of last year, I knew we were going to replay Breath of the Wild this year. I knew we were going to do that. But, I was kind of jonesing for, some Breath of the Wild. And I was like, God, do I finally play Genshin Impact? Do I play that stupid fucking Ubisoft game that's just a Breath of the Wild ripoff? Do I play Horizon Zero Dawn? Like, that's ever gonna fucking happen. But no, actually, near the end of last year, I had been recommended a game called Little Gator Game. Which is, you're playing as this little gator, but it works like Breath of the Wild. You can go anywheres, you can climb anything, stamina permits. And I was like, oh yeah, this seems like a fun little game. So I played it early in the year. I played it in like January. I think it was like the 3rd game I played. And it is my number 6 game of the year. It was a great way to start off the year. So the story is that you are a little gator, and you're on this island. And, when you were a kid, you used to hang out with your older sister, right? And you used to, just play and have fun with all your friends on the island. But now your sister is grown up, and she's going to college. And she doesn't have time for you as a little gator to hang out with your friends. But, you want to hang out with her. So instead, you basically decide to you and your friends create this epic quest in this epic fort in hopes that she'll see it all and decide to hang out with you. So that's it. That's what the game's about, right? You're trying to create this epic fort. You're going around recruiting right? Everyone's an animal. And you're just going around, you're recruiting them, you're helping people out with the hopes of them joining you. All to try to impress your sister. And it's just a fantastic little game. I 100%ed it in just a few hours. But it is mini Breath of the Wild. And it recaptures that magic perfectly. Of just exploring, finding all these things, coming across all these animals and like their problems. Like you go to the water, there's like a little water park on the island. But there's no water, so you have to figure that out. There's some kids who are doing like their summer homework. And you have to like help them with their summer homework. Right? Just little things like that to, build up your fort with the hopes of being able to hang out with your sister. And the emotional payoff for all of it is perfect. I love that at the end of the game, after you've done everything, you unlock unlimited stamina. So, right, you can find stamina upgrades throughout the game. I think we talked about a short hike last year. Imagine if a short hike was 3D. Not like, I know a short hike is kind of 3D, but you know what I mean. Right, you can unlock stamina upgrades along the way. But then after you beat the game, you just unlock unlimited stamina. You unlock the ability to fly at one point, and then the unlimited stamina means you can just fly anywheres. And it makes collecting fun. It's satisfying. Being able to fly anywheres on your bubblegum balloon is really satisfying. I just really enjoyed it. It was a great it's honestly, I think, the best Breath of the Wild like we have ever gotten. I mentioned Genshin, I mentioned Horizon Forbidden West, and I mentioned the other thing. But I really do feel like out of all of these games, this one has done the best job at capturing what Breath of the Wild did. It does a great job of just, making a fun world that you can explore, that you can climb anywhere you want to go. And yeah, it's just a great time. Again, it came out last year, but I'm glad I was listening to whoever recommended it to me. I honestly don't even remember now. I just know it was recommended, and yeah, they were totally right. It's just a fun little Zelda game. That yeah, and like I said, it's Breath of the Wild. It's not like I know did the new Blossom Tale come out this year? It might have come out last year. But right, if you want traditional Zelda, I recommend Blossom Tale. Both, I think there's 2 of them now. But right, if you played through Breath of the Wild, if you played through Tears of the Kingdom, and you want some more Zelda, Little Gator Game is the perfect game. It's on Switch. Easy recommendation. So this takes us into the top 5. So I'll be fully honest, with these top 5, any of these games could have been my game of the year. This 2023 was the best year in gaming since 2008. There were so many amazing games. So many amazing games I didn't even play. And yet I felt like making the top 5 of this list was impossible. I've switched everything in the next 5 has been number 1 at one point. Even if it was just for the briefest of moments like we'll see here with number 5. Any of these games could have been my number 1 game of the year. And there were so many other amazing games this year that, yeah, I didn't even get around to. But I would highly recommend all of these. And these could have gone... I'm not going to say they could have gone in any order, but it was there were so many options. Because these games do so many great things. But we have to start somewheres. And where we start with is Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 is my number 5 game of the year. So, part of the reason I really wanted a PS4, because I didn't get a PS4 until like 2019. And the main reason I wanted a PS4 was to play Spider-Man PS4. That was the one game I like really cared about. So I was finally I finally picked up a PS4 just to play it. And then it was kind of the same thing with the PS5. I was like, I really want to play this Miles Morales. Of course, there were other things I was interested in, but I was interested in Miles Morales. Picked it up, played it, loved it. Spider-Man 2, I think, takes the previous 2 Spider-Man games and just does them better. So if we look back here, do I have 2019 Game of the Year? Was it 2019? Maybe it was 2020 Game of the Year. So in my 2020 Game of the Year, Spider-Man was number 3. It being at Spider-Man 2 being at number 5 is not a dig against Spider-Man 2, just because it's lower on the list. The reason it's lower on the list is just because there were so many good games this year. Right? 2020 was a worse year for games, even though there were still some bangers. It was just a worse year for games, whereas this was an amazing year for games. You know, it's like how Horizon is cursed to always come out right around the time of a better game. The original came out around Breath of the Wild. The second one came out around the same time as Elden Ring. Spider-Man kind of has a similar curse, where it is destined to never get a Game Award. Even though it's a great game. I enjoy it. I mean, it's number 5. It could have been my game of the year. It's just there were so many good games this year that it had to end up somewheres. And where it ended up was at number 5. I do feel like this improves everything that the original does. Every great thing about the original Spider-Man, it improves upon. Traversal is better than ever before. I feel like the wingsuit was a great addition. When it comes to, side quests, there are less side quests, which in some ways are a good thing. One of my biggest problems with the first game is 100% completion, where you have to do, 20 street crimes per district, and it just takes forever. That's my biggest problem with the first Spider-Man, is just completion is such a pain in the ass. This game, it gets rid of a lot of the bullshit, but I feel like along the way, it kind of got rid of some of the other stuff, right? Like, there are raid bases in the first game. And don't get me wrong, I think there are way too many raid bases in the first Spider-Man game. I do not feel like there were enough raid bases in this one. Or at least, if you're going to take something out, replace it with something else instead. Right? I have no problem with them removing the raid bases. I just want them to replace the raid bases with something else. And I really didn't feel like they did that. Like, there are a few, I think there's 4 raid bases total, and it's through those that you find out about Kraven's history. And, that's neat, I guess, but I don't know. I guess I wanted something else there. There's a lot of stuff that they set up in this game that I feel like they're either not paying off until the next game or until the DLC. Because, they set up Carnage in this game, but we don't actually see Carnage. They set up the Chameleon in this game, but we don't actually get to, fight the Chameleon. It's kind of, and that happens a few times, right? Where it's you're doing these side quests just for the big payoff to just be, hey, guess what? We'll do this either in the DLC or in the next game. That kind of sucks, There are a lot of improvements, Combat, I think adding a parry button evolves the combat. It's not a huge change, but it is a good change. I feel like it evolves the game in a good way. I like the boss fights a lot more in this game. The boss fight against Mr. Negative is fantastic. The boss fight against the Lizard is great. The final boss fight against Venom is fantastic. Being able to play as Venom was great. That one sequence of being able to play as Venom caught me so off guard, but it was so well done. Mary Jane becoming Scream was not what I expected, but I think it worked really well. But yeah, boss fights were great. I really like the story. I feel like the story is a big improvement on the story of the first game. I know some people are mad at Eddie Brock not being Venom. I'm fine with it. I feel like the story, Harry Osborn as Venom, worked out really well. I was listening to Laura Kate Dale, and she said that one of the things she liked about the game, that I do happen to agree with, is that this game makes you care about Harry Osborn. Right? Like, most of the time when we see Harry Osborn, he's just kind of a jerk. He's kind of a, in Spectacular Spider-Man, Harry Osborn is kind of like right? He's mad that his dad likes Peter more than him. Right? And I feel like that's kind of Harry, Peter, and Norman's relationship, is that Norman always likes Peter more than Harry. And, well, that's kind of true of this game. In this game, you can see, like, yeah, Peter and Harry are friends, and it's a real tragedy what's happening to Harry when Peter takes the suit and turns into a bully, right? Everything that happens there and how he doesn't want to give it back. You see the tragedy there. And I totally agree with that statement. Right? I see how they're friends. I give a shit about Harry Osborn. I'm glad they didn't kill him. Is he still in danger? Yes. But I'm glad they didn't kill him. Alright, you ready to see me take on the hardest level in Mario Odyssey? Or in Mario Wonder here? I heard people say this is the hardest level. I do not agree. I think the final level, the super secret ultimate level, is the hardest level. But this level is probably the second hardest. Maybe the third hardest, depending on the day. Ready to see me give it a shot? I need to see. Yeah, no. Spider-Man is... It's great. It is... I do think it is better than the original. But in a year of amazing games, it sadly comes out middle of the pack. And that's just kind of how it is, you know? So, next up, number 4. So, last year, a bunch of people I knew, had been talking about this one game in particular. Right? There was this one game that everyone had been talking about, and just how good it is, how addicting it is, and I tried it out a little bit. But, you know, I didn't really get too much into it. I played it on Xbox a little bit. There was a mobile port. And, right, I was interested, right? I'd heard great things about it. And then, James Stephanie Sterling, they're the writer on the game. So that also got me super interested. And I was like, yeah, you know, I can't wait to eventually get around to playing this. And last year, when I did my Game of the Year list, I put this game on the honorable mentions. Because I knew it had the potential to be Game of the Year. I just had to play it more. And I had specifically promised the developers that if they brought it to Switch, I would play it for 100 hours. And that game is my number 4 pick, Vampire Survivors. So Vampire Survivors, if you've never seen it, and I do recommend the mobile port. If you want to start off, the mobile port is free. The ads are not obtrusive at all. It's seriously maybe the best mobile port of a game I have ever seen. But it's a very simple game. You're just moving around, and your character auto-attacks, and you level up, you pick upgrades, new weapons, and, you know, your goal is to survive for 30 minutes. There are no... Even though it's called Vampire Survivors, there are no vampires. Recently, it got Among Us DLC that is on PC and Xbox, but not on Switch yet. It gets right? It gets updates all the times. I think they recently added an adventure mode. Admittedly, I have not played. But it is a simple... Hey, look, there we go. Hardest level in the game, according to some. It is a simple game that just is so addicting. As of, I want to say like November, I had 100%ed the game. Admittedly, I have not played it since then. So like the new adventure mode stuff, I have not touched. Again, the Among Us DLC is not out on Switch, so I have not played that either. But from when I had last played it, I was thoroughly enjoying it. It's just so addictive. The combat works so well. Getting good synergies is some of the most satisfying thing in the world. There is a very colorful cast of characters. All sorts of different weapons, different equipment, that do all sorts of crazy things. I've shown clips in the past. I got stuck in the game for like 2 hours. Right? Just of like one level that wouldn't end. it's so good. It's so addictive. But did I hit my 100-hour promise? No. I want to say last I checked, we were at like 60 hours. Of course, I haven't played it in like a month. So, there's still plenty of time. I will eventually hit those 100 hours. Just not right now. But it is, I think, the game's only like, I think a Steam Winter Sale is going on right now. So I bet you can get it on sale for like $5. But again, it's free on mobile. The ads are not obtrusive at all. It is easily, it's honestly, out of everything I will say tonight, this is my highest recommendation. Out of every game I have played, this is the easiest one I can sit down and be like, yes, you should play this game. Everyone should give it a chance. I'm glad I waited, to give the game the respect it was due. Because, I could have put it on my Game of the Year list, and it could have ended up at, like, number 10, but I knew it was worth more than that. Of course, in theory, I would have liked it to be higher this year, but it's just such a good year for gaming, and I do always kind of skew the results a little bit to favor newer games, if I'm just being honest. But Vampire Survivors is true, right? There have been so many Survivor-likes, or, Vampire Survivor clones, but I feel like the original just hits in a way that a lot of those variants just don't. There are some good variants. Again, I think James Stephanie Sterling and Laura Kate Dale and Conrad have some great recommendations. I'm sure you can find some great stuff from them. But I think the original just hits a niche that, right, just a lot of the others don't. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's definitely one of those games that is 100% worth your time. And I'm glad I gave it the time it deserves. And I need to give it more, obviously. Gotta check out those Among Us's eventually, when those come out. So number 3, as we're getting into the end of the list, there's only a few things left that can be Game of the Year. And so there's these final 3, there's kind of a theme amongst them. I did not go into this list intending that. I'll be perfectly honest. That was not what I intended. But it's just kind of how it worked out. And I mean, I guess I am a fanboy at heart. That has always kind of been true. But boy, did I have a lot of fun playing this game. And I'm having a lot of fun playing it right now. My number 3 game of the year is Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I love me some Mario Bros. I love me some 2D platformers. Let's go even simpler than that. I love a good 2D platformer. And we are living in a golden age of 2D platformers. Celeste, Shovel Knight. Other examples I cannot think of off the top of my head. Hollow Knight counts, I guess. Right? There are so many good 2D platformers. And sure, New Super Mario Bros., which I did replay this year, was a good game. But it was not great. And I feel like in the last 10... The New Super Mario Bros. Games have basically been stagnant for the last 10 years. No, it's honestly probably closer to 12 at this point. I feel like since New Super Mario Bros. Wii, the games have not changed at all. And it really sucks, because since then, platformers have changed a lot. Platformers nowadays are very different than they were on the Wii. Platformers have gone through a renaissance. And Mario has never really reflected that. I mean, sure, the 3D games are great. But the 2D Mario games, no, they felt very dry, very stale, really fun still. New Super Mario Bros. U is still very fun. It's just that you can play any of the New Super Mario Bros. Games and get the exact same experience. Right? It feels like yeah, Nintendo has mastered their style of, right, set up a gimmick, reinforce that gimmick, twist that gimmick, and then give a conclusion. Again, Mark Brown, if you ever wonder how Nintendo makes their platforming level so good, Mark Brown has done several videos explaining it. And all of those videos, when he's talking about like New Super Mario Bros. Or Mario Maker, all of that applies to Mario Wonder. Mario Wonder technically doesn't do anything that revolutionary when it comes to level design, but it just brings so many new, interesting ideas to the table that really a company like Nintendo can do, right? Like, you hear stories where behind the scenes, this game did not have a development window. The developers were just like, hey, when you finish the game, you finish the game. We're not going to tell you to get it out by 2023. Just, work on it as long as you need. They gave it an animation budget. They improved the graphics. And they made something truly magical. Visually, I don't know if this is visually the best game of the year. It's definitely not. But it's, I think, my favorite visuals of the year. I love the style, the charm. I doubt we'll get, I've been playing as a bunch of characters. We'll play as Mario at the end of the game. But Mario has so much charm as in his animation. I just love it. I love it so much. The level design is fantastic. It does the standard game. It's not too hard. We just played the hardest level in the game and I beat it on my, third try. So, the final level I think is really difficult. The final level. But, I don't need Mario games to be hard. Mario games are platformers for everybody. I like the changes they make to the multiplayer. Admittedly, I have not played this game local multiplayer, but the online multiplayer, which I don't have turned on because I can't. Because, again, I had to create a new profile. The online multiplayer in this is fantastic. I've seen a lot of influence from people say it's influence from Dark Souls, and I agree, right? I kind of wish they had gone farther with it. One of my big disappointments, I wish they had done it. I wish they had gotten rid of the live system and made it so that when you die, you dropped some of your flower coins, but they dropped in a bag, and if you make it back to that spot in the level, you can get your flower coins back. Right? They basically did what Shovel Knight did. I wish they had done that instead of a life system. But other than that, right, I definitely agree with some of the Dark Souls influence. Having the ghosts. I've been avoiding the puzzle levels, as we've been playing right now. Because you really need multiplayer to do those puzzle levels, because those are a fucking nightmare. But I feel like the online works so well. Even though there's 4 commands, you're so easily able to communicate with someone that you just don't talk to. It works so well. The badge system, right? We're using the Dolphin Kick badge right now. The badge system works so well. Again, I talk about changes made in modern platformers. Badges are one of them. The badges remind me of something I'd see in Shovel Knight. That I always found really, Mario hadn't had anything like that. So I feel like this is a great step in a really good direction. Just everything about this game is fun. It's charming. I've seen a lot of people write this game off. I'm glad it was nominated for Game of the Year at the Game Awards. It definitely deserves it. It was never going to win, but it deserved the nomination. But I see a lot of people write this game off because it's a 2D platformer. But that's part of the charm. It is a 2D platformer. And 2D platformers are better now than they have ever been. And this is the best Mario game since Super Mario World. Super Mario World is my favorite. And that has not changed. But I would say this is my second favorite. And playing it again right now, I know I'm not really talking about it because, this is just background footage. This is my equivalent of a Subway Surfers video. So I know I'm not really talking about it, but I'm having so much fun replaying it. It is a lot, right? I definitely, if it wasn't for me streaming, I definitely feel like I would have taken a break after World 2. Because there's just so much going on. It's kind of I kind of feel overstimulated in a weird way, but then again, we're doing a lot right now. But that's in no way a bad thing. It's a great game. It is a truly great 2D platformer. Does it compete with something like Shovel Knight or Celeste? Both Shovel Knight and Celeste were my game of the year. Shovel Knight was my game of the year in 2015. Celeste was my game of the year in 2018. Is this as good as either of those? No. Right? The fact that it's only number 3. But it is still really good. I do think it's the best Mario 2D platformer in a long time. Is it as good as Mario Odyssey? I don't know about that. But I think I would probably replay this game before I play through Mario Odyssey. Or at least I would if I didn't have to create a new fucking profile every time. Yeah, I called this one, what, Goober or something like that? But no, this is truly the innovation Mario has been looking for. Right? That it's not that it's been looking for, that it's desperately needed. Because I feel like Mario has been... Right, it's the original platformer. But it has been so outclassed by some of its peers. And I feel like this puts it back on... Right, this puts it back on par with some of them. Well, again, I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's definitely a push in the right direction. And I just can't wait for them to do more. Right? It's as good as Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, which is one of the best 2D platformers ever made. I guess I'll put it like that. You know, I kind of want them to re-release DK Returns. Because I never played the 3DS version of that game. I only ever played the Wii version. And the Wii version has you shaking the Wiimote, and it kind of sucks. But I would love to give Donkey Kong Country Returns another shot. Yeah, semantics. Maybe we'll get a new Donkey Kong game as well. Because those games are great as well. Those games take what Mario does and, like, pushes it up to 11. Those games are great. So now, we're on to the final 2. So, last year, when I was talking... So last year, my game of the year was Splatoon 3. And when talking about my game of the year, what I said at the time was, for my game of the year, did I want the best game, or did I want my favorite game? I saw people talking about this on TikTok recently. I think it was like some film TikTok person was saying like, oh, well, when you're talking about your favorite film or your best film, you should just talk about, right? You should just talk about them as in they're the same thing, right? Like, we shouldn't be differentiating between best and favorite. But no, we 100% should be differentiating between best and favorite. And I think the big difference is that, like, when talking... So, in terms of movies, when talking about the best film, I think of, like, stuff that I can, like judge by criteria. So, like, okay. So, I'm gonna say Paddington 2 is the best film of all time. And when I say that, I'm not just saying, like, oh, well, in my opinion... There's always opinion in play, obviously. But I think of, like, the story, the writing, the acting, the characters, the animation, the style, the directing, the cinematography, the CGI on Paddington, right? I think about all that stuff, where I'm like, I can look at this stuff, I can judge it based on this qualities, and can say it's the best film of all time. And that's not a joke, by the way. Paddington 2 is the best film of all time. Whereas, meanwhile, if I had to pick, like, oh, well, my favorite film is Kung Fu Panda 2. Right? I'm just gonna pick one. Kung Fu Panda 2 is my favorite film. Right? And when I say it's my favorite, I'm not looking at any of that stuff. Does it have the best writing? Does it have the best characters? Does it have the best, cinematography? I literally don't care. It's my favorite film. Right? And that's the difference. When I say best, I'm talking about, like, criteria. Like, there are certain categories I'm judging it by. When I say favorite, it's just my favorite because I like it the most. Right? When I made Splatoon 3 my game of the year last year, I made it game of the year because it was the game I had the most fun with. Right? Not because it was the best game, not because it, filled certain criteria that makes a game amazing or anything. It didn't have the highest number of BDGs. It was just my favorite game that I had the most fun with. And I had the same thought with Game of the Year. I'm bringing all this up because I had the same thought with Game of the Year this year. There is the game I had the most fun with, and then there is the game that is objectively the best. Which one of those games became my game of the year? Well, I feel like what I'm about to say will tell you. My number 2 game of the year is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Shock, gasp, whisper. This is the best game I played this year. This is not my favorite game. This is not the game I had the most fun with. But this is the best game I played this year. When it comes to the characters, the story, the world, the controls, the mechanics, the direction. When I look at those, when I try to quantify it, this is the best game I've played this year. The Ultra Hand mechanic in Tears of the Kingdom is one of the most amazing. The amount of stuff you're able to pull off with the Ultra Hand. I've seen other games attempt it before, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, but nobody has pulled it off as well as Tears of the Kingdom, and it all just works, right? Are there glitches? Yeah, but it's like Skyrim glitches, where it's like, yeah, the game's glitching, but it's really funny, so who gives a shit? And the same thing was true of Breath of the Wild. Right? I had fun. I think the mechanics work really well. Even though this is an objective list, subjectively, I would say Tears of the Kingdom is the best game I ever played. Objectively, it's my number 2 game. I think I said that all right. Right? I think it does everything so well. It really should be my game of the year. And the only reason it's not is because there's another game I had more fun with. Do I regret not this is a thing I have been grappling with for a month now. Because I started making this list over a month ago, and was originally I had Tears of the Kingdom at number 1, then I moved it down, then Mario Wonder came out, and it was amazing, so I put that at number 1, then I moved it down pretty quickly, then Spider-Man came out, I had so much fun with that, we streamed it for 7 or 8 hours, put that at number 1, then I moved it down, Vampire Survivors was amazing, same thing, right? This list has shifted so much. So, right, this should be number 1. It was number 1 for the longest time. But when push came to shove, at the end of the day, this was the only option. This was the only game, right? It had to be number 2. Even though it is the better game, and it is the best game I played this year, it is not my favorite game of the year. If you enjoy Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is amazing. It does things differently, right? I feel like Breath of the Wild is all about exploration. Tears of the Kingdom builds on that. It adds a sky area, it adds an underground area. But I feel like the core of Tears of the Kingdom is about that building. Right? That's the core. And, and there's part of Tears of the me that's Tears of the Kingdom, right? It took what exploration was amazing in Breath of the Wild. And instead of yes, it added new areas that are just as good to explore as the base game. Honestly, the underground and sky might be a little worse to explore than the base game. But, right, it made new areas to explore, but it added a brand new mechanic. Building, fusing, that works really well. But it doesn't, and it's a very big, innovative thing. Some of the best game direction we've seen this year. But a lot of people call this game Breath of the Wild 2. Or Breath of the Wild 1.5. Say this game is just expanded DLC. I wholeheartedly disagree. If this is what we qualify as DLC, then is Call of Duty just pissing in a bucket and calling it Sweet Grandma Honey's Peach Iced Tea? Right? No, this is... Right, same thing with Spider-Man. I see people calling Spider-Man DLC. It's not. I feel like a lot of people are just really bad judges of these things. I know Yahtzee Croshaw said that as well, but it's fucking Yahtzee Croshaw. What else do you expect from him? No, I feel like this game adds a lot. It honestly adds more than I'd ever expected. It makes a lot of improvements. It didn't really fix the dungeons, but honestly, I like the dungeons better in this game than I did the previous ones. Same thing with the bosses. Zelda bosses have never been hard. They don't need to be hard, and I feel like the bosses did great here. Yeah, it was... I will admit, the other thing that might have put this lower, even though, right, we streamed this game. I streamed Tears of the Kingdom, over 20 parts, 90 hours. I really enjoyed it. It's a great game. But part of me does think that I would have had a better time if I hadn't had streamed this game. I feel like I made this game worse for myself by streaming it. I had an amazing time streaming Breath of the Wild this year, but that was because I had already played it. I kind of regret not playing Tears of the Kingdom first and then replaying it. But there are still some times where I think back and I'm like, no, I did have a great time doing this. Right? I am kind of glad I did it. I don't know. It's now my, like, eternal struggle of, like, do I stream a game? Do I not stream a game? Right? Because normally I don't stream new games. But we streamed a lot of new games this year. We did Pikmin. We did Zelda. We're doing Mario right now. Right? We streamed a lot of new games. We streamed Spider-Man. I intentionally didn't... After Tears of the Kingdom, there's a reason I didn't stream Starfield. Is because of that. And I will also say, even though it took us like 2 months to beat Zelda, I will say streaming it definitely made me finish it. Right? Like, I have a big problem of not finishing games. But if I stream a game, well, it's not a guarantee I'm going to finish it. There is a higher chance of me finishing it, you know? So yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It's at, right, I gave Breath of the Wild a 10 out of 10 back in the day. I give Tears of the Kingdom that same 10 out of 10. I don't know if I give every game on this list a 10 out of 10. Even though these top 5 are my 5 games of the year, I don't know if I give them all a 10 out of 10. I just think they're all amazing. And I think they're all equally valid for Game of the Year, you know? A 9 out of 10 game can totally be a Game of the Year. An 8 out of 10. A 7 out of 10. Again, it's not the best game. It's the favorite. At least for me, it's the one I have the most fun with. So, before we get on to number 1, I do have a few honorable mentions, right? I always do some honorable mentions, right? Games I played that didn't make the list. So let's start off with Link's Awakening. So, I played Link's Awakening 3 times this year. So, for Zelda's 25th anniversary, they released a little Zelda Game & Watch, which was really neat, right? And on that little Game & Watch, it has Zelda 1, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, and the original Link's Awakening. Not Link's Awakening DX, not the one in color. No, the original black and white Game Boy Link's Awakening. That's the only time I can think of that Link's Awakening getting a re-release. So I'd only ever played DX in the remake. But I was curious, because I played Link to the Past this year. And my biggest problem with Link to the Past was the combat. I did not like the combat in Link to the Past. I still don't. But I was like, was it always this bad? Was Link's Awakening's combat bad? And no, so I was curious, so I replayed the original Link's Awakening, and sure enough, the combat works great. I played Link's Awakening DX. Yep, combat still works good there. So at some point between Link to the Past and Link's Awakening, they figured out how to make good Zelda combat. I think the trick is not allowing the enemies to clip into the character. I feel like that one simple change really kind of fixes everything. But yeah, so I played the original. I played Link's Awakening DX on the Switch Virtual Console. And then I played the 2019 remake? Link to the Past is now one of my favorite Zelda games. I know I made a favorite Zelda games tier list, and I think Link to the Past was Link's Awakening was number 5. It still is number 5, but I also don't know where Tears of the Kingdom goes on that list, so I have no idea. Right? Like, I haven't even thought about putting Tears of the Kingdom on that list. But yeah, no, I played it 3 times, and I enjoyed it every single time. I got faster and faster each time. Right? It was just, I kept going, because, I kept knowing things just a little bit more. I do definitely recommend, out of the, having played all 3 versions, I do recommend the 2019 version. Or maybe it was was it 2019 or 2018? Whatever year the Switch remake was, I do recommend that one, because I feel like, well, one, they give you more item slots, which is, like, super important, but also, it has a lot of, like, the modern Zelda changes, right? It's got the color dungeon, which the original does not have the color dungeon. You can get sword upgrade, right? I just feel like it updates everything. The creative dungeon isn't really worth it. Like, I don't really recommend the creative dungeon in the remake. But other than that, no, it is definitely the best way to play the game. I don't know if I know Nintendo games never go on sale, but I could see Link's Awakening going on sale for like $40, and it's easily worth it at $40. Especially if you... I saw the thing where it's like, if you've never played a Zelda game, they recommend Link's Awakening first, and I can kind of see that. I'd also kind of recommend Breath of the Wild first. But no, if you played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, and are kind of curious about traditional Zelda games, I would recommend Link's Awakening. Before Link to the Past, before Ocarina of Time, or Majora's Mask, or Twilight Princess, before Wind Waker, I'd recommend Link's Awakening. Yeah, easy. City Skylines, City Skylines 2 came out this year, have not played it, but I got... But I got on a little bit of a City Skylines kick, and so I played a bunch of the original, or I guess the PS4, PS5 remake, remaster, whatever it was called. I played it on PS5. I enjoyed it. I started off this year playing Planet Coaster, and I enjoyed Planet Coaster, but no, I enjoyed City Skylines. Hopefully they eventually patch City Skylines 2, knock out some of those bugs and whatnot, and I'm sure it'll be good. Pikmin 1 and 2. Again, Pikmin 3 cannot be on the list because I put it on 2020's list, I think. But Pikmin 1 and 2 did get a re-release. Pikmin 1 I played through like 2 times. Maybe 3 times even. I really enjoyed Pikmin 1. Fun little game. I literally beat it in like 2 hours. Real quick adventure. Pikmin 2, on the other hand, I had not played in like 10 years. It had been a long time since I played Pikmin 2. So, playing it again was really nice. We went in, we 100%ed it. I had an okay time. Right? I definitely recommend Pikmin 3 before it, though. But no, they're good games. They're really good games. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I kind of forgot this even came out. Again, everything before June kind of feels like a completely different world, completely different year. But this came out early in the year. Right? Yeah, this came out early in the year. And you know what? It's great. It's the original Return to Dreamland was a great game. I just hadn't I hadn't played it in a while. And so, I sat back, I played it, I 100%ed it. And this version has the Magolor epilogue. I'm not going to say the game is worth buying just for the Magolor epilogue, but the Magolor epilogue is really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I loved starting off at nothing and upgrading into like a full powerful character. Magolor is fun to play as, fun to control, and the final boss is amazing. Like, seriously, it is. Is it the best Kirby boss ever? Is it the most epic Kirby boss? No. But I thought it was great. I had a great time with it. I feel like it all pays off really well. And yeah, I like Magolor, man. He has a great final boss fight in the default game. The new mini games and whatnot were whatever, you know. Getting all those masks were a pain in the ass. But, you know, it's a thing. But yeah, it's a great game. It's a great game, an easy recommendation. You know, if you never played, if you played the Wii version, or you know you had it on the Wii U Virtual Console, I don't really see a reason to pick it up. And I would have much rather had them remade Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot as a 2-pack, because I think both of those are better games, especially Planet Robobot. But no, it's a really good game, and I had a lot of fun. And yes, I did buy it just for the Magolor epilogue, but I don't know if I'd recommend it just for that. And then finally, the game we played earlier this week, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I've been meaning to play, right? It came out last year. At about a year after that, they put it on sale finally. I finally picked it up. We played it this week. I really enjoyed it. I said it was going to be on the honorable mentions. Surprise, surprise, here it is on honorable mentions. Really? Is that really like a shock to anybody? You know? It doesn't feel like it to me, but whatever. And yeah, that's all the honorable mentions I got. I'll be honest, I played a lot of games this year. I think I played like 45 games, which I know isn't an insane amount, but normally I only play like 30 games a year. And so had to have like 45? Yeah, I played a lot this year. Of course, I count everything I play. So even if I only booted up like Sports Story for like, or even if I only booted up Nintendo Switch Sports for like 10 minutes, still counts. Now, I don't do a worst list, okay? I've never done a worst list. I don't plan on doing a worst list. But if I had to pick a worst game of the year, okay, I would not say this is the worst game of the year. I guess I would say this is the most disappointing. Because there were worse games this year, you know. There were worse games like, you know, that Gollum game, like that Kong Skull Island game. There were definitely worse games this year. But, you know, I'll leave the worst games list to somebody else. You know, James Stephanie Sterling. Who I'm pretty sure has already put that out. If not, I'm sure they will on Monday. But right, I don't do a worst games. But I do have a most disappointing. And that's Sports Story. I love Golf Story. It was my game of the year in 2019. So I was super excited for Sports Story. And I was just disappointed. It wasn't the worst thing I've ever played or anything. Again, I still have Ride to Hell Retribution under my belt, which is probably the worst game I've ever played. But it was not. From the developer of Golf Story, it had so much potential. And I know the developers dealt with feature creep and being overworked, and that sucks. It really does. But yeah, I was just so disappointed. I wanted to love that game. I wanted to come out this year and be like, yep, the game I played in the first week of the year is my game of the year. Wouldn't that have been fucking crazy? But no, I was just disappointed. I don't think they've updated the game or anything like that. Because it came out about a year ago now. I don't think they've updated the game. I don't think they've done anything. It's just kind of been sitting there. Hey, asking for how you're doing. But yeah, no, I was disappointed to say the least. Sports Story, worst game of the year. Most disappointing game of the year. No, it's not the worst. It's just the most disappointing. But I guess that brings us to the very end. Game of the year. My personal game of the year for 2023. So, based on everything I've said up to this point, there's kind of only one option left. And I'm gonna be honest. Again, Tears of the Kingdom is technically a better game, right? On technical level, it is a better game. But what matters for me when it comes to making a Game of the Year list is the game I had the most fun with. the game I enjoyed the most. And the game I enjoyed the most was Pikmin 4. Yes, I know, I'm a fucking shill for the Pikmin franchise. I mean, literally when we did the YouTuber list earlier, I had 2 Pikmin YouTubers on there. Like, what else did you expect? Right? Pikmin 1, 2 were on the honorable mentions. I hadn't brought it up. It had to be Pikmin 4. Pikmin 4 is not the most revolutionary Pikmin game. It basically is just combining Pikmin 2 with the quality of life features from Pikmin 3. But I don't even know if I'd say it's my favorite Pikmin game. Part of me still likes 3 more. But there's just something after 10 years of waiting, there was something truly magical about Pikmin 4. Right? Just waiting all this time, it coming out, and it being everything I had wanted. Does it have flaws? Of course. The auto lock-on. The auto lock-on sucks. Most of the dungeons being fairly short, and then the final one being like 20 floors sucks. But even with those flaws, I just had so much fun playing it. Having something new from the Pikmin universe was everything I wanted it to be. Basically having a remake of Pikmin 1 inside Pikmin 4 was not something we needed. But God, am I glad they did it, because it was so great to do. Right? It was so fun to do, to, go back, travel with Olimar again, collect his ship parts, getting our new companion Ochi. Like, part of me was worried that with Pikmin 4, we were going to have 4 captains, which just felt like too much to manage. Like, it already feels like managing 3 captains is a lot. But managing 4 just felt like too much. Spouse brought a doggo home today. Oh, lost doggo or your doggo? Either way, congrats. Doggos are great. I have a good girl. But yeah, I was worried about 4 captains. And instead, nope. They tighten everything up. We instead just get 1 captain and our good boy doggo pupper Ochi. And Ochi's, he's kind of like a one-size-fits-all solution. You can level him up to, be able to lift up to 100 pounds. And that kind of does make him OP. But I feel like it works really well. I liked Ochi. They streamlined the story, is effectively a reboot, right? All the first 3 Pikmin games, never played them, don't worry. Of course, they're all now on Switch, so if you want to, you can play them. But nope, never played the first 3 Pikmin games, doesn't matter. This one's a fresh retelling of the first game, while also having a remake of the first game in it. So I feel like that works really well. The new characters, I like Shepard, I like Doc, Bernard, Dingo, other character whose name I can't remember. Beating the game and then finding out there's 2 more worlds, right? Louis shows back up. There's references to Pikmin. There's characters who are basically stand-ins for the characters from Pikmin 3. Was not what I was expecting at all. The final boss fight was fantastic. They brought back the Water Wraith, and it was great. I kind of wish they had done something new with that, but whatever. They brought back the Smoky Prog, and it was amazing. Like, that first nighttime sequence where we saw the Smoky Prog and I think the kitchen, I was blown away. That was great. The nighttime missions in general, well, the nighttime missions aren't anything special. I definitely feel like they have potential. And I feel like from Pikmin 3, right, you can see the progressions, right? Pikmin's games get better and more refined with each Pikmin game. But I kind of feel like we're hitting the refine limit. But I can see elements they've implemented in this game for Pikmin 5 to make it an open world game. That is my hope for Pikmin 5. open world Pikmin game where, you know, you start off in the center of the map, you can go anywheres, and then you place back down your ship at, like, new spots to, you know, move around the world. If you've ever played the game Minute, it kind of worked like that. I totally see potential for an open world Pikmin game. And I think that's where they're going to go with it. I just don't want it to take another 10 years. And the fact that this game sold really well, and it won an award at the Game Awards, I think hopefully means that we're not going to have to wait more than, like, 5 years for the next one. But I feel like open world Pikmin game is the way to go. Right? I feel like all the elements they've been adding upgrade trees, being able to upgrade your captains. I don't really use items that much, but I feel like the way they changed around items in the new game also is really well. Right? I really like that. They've added a bunch of new ones. The scouting feature is great. I wish the multiplayer modes had been better. I miss Bingo Battle. But it was still, you know, I still had fun. The Dandori battles were great, and those actually got difficult. Like, I actually struggled with some of those, and I'm really glad I did, right? Because the challenge mode in Pikmin 3 was great, and I loved struggling. When I eventually played that in Deluxe, I loved struggling with that. So yeah, I'm glad the Dandori challenges made me struggle. Also, multiplayer would be great, but, like, online multiplayer would be fantastic. So, I know I've talked about some problems I have with this game, and they all ring true, but it's the game I had the most fun with. And it's also the only game I speedran this year. I did a few speedruns of Pikmin 4. I never submitted any of them to speedrun.com. They're all on my YouTube channel, unlisted, so you can't find them even. Like, there might be a way to find them somehow, but they're all just unlisted on my YouTube channel. I did a few runs. I know I at least uploaded one of them to YouTube. But yeah, I had fun speedrunning the game. I think my shortest time was like an hour and like 45 or something like that. I don't know. It was like the 20th fastest in the world. Maybe 20, it was somewhere between 20 and 30. I don't know, it wasn't super fast, but, you know, it wasn't, for like a fourth or fifth attempt, it wasn't terrible. I mean, I stopped I speed ran the game for like a few weeks, and I definitely should have done more, and I definitely want to go back and do more, but it's a great game to speedrun, right? I definitely had a lot of fun with it. And I think the Pikmin games are just great games to speedrun in general. So that's another reason why it's right. I had a lot of fun with it, but I had a lot of fun speedrunning it. It's also one of all the games I've listed here, there's only 2 games I have played more than once on this list. And I'm not counting runs in Vampire Survivors. That doesn't count. No, the only games I played twice this year were Pikmin 4 and Super Mario Wonder, which we are playing right now. That's it. Every other game on this list I only played once. But Pikmin 4 was like, yeah, I'm going to play this multiple times. And I got to like the final, I did like the super secret Louis final boss. Because I tried that speedrun as well. That one I did awful at. Like, that one came in at like 5 hours, I think. 5-6 hours. I did awful there. But no, I seriously do. I enjoyed playing the game. I enjoyed speedrunning it. I look forward to playing it more in the future. It's another Pikmin game. And I love Pikmin games. And Pikmin 3, I didn't make a Game of the Year list the year Pikmin 3 came out. Pikmin 3 Deluxe, on the other hand, was sitting at number... Where is it? Was it 2021 Game of the Year list? Where is my 2021 Game of the Year list? Oh, wait, maybe it was 2020. Pikmin 3 Deluxe was at number 5 on my 2020 Game of the Year list. Pikmin 3, meanwhile, is, sitting up at Pikmin 4 is sitting at number 1. And yeah, again, kind of like what I said with Splatoon, will I potentially regret this in the future? Yeah, maybe, but honestly, I kind of don't regret Pikmin 3. A year later, I'm like, no, Especially because I looked back at my Game of the Year list from last year and was like, yeah, Pikmin 3 was a good choice, or Splatoon 3 was a good choice. And so hopefully I'll look back on this in a year's time and be like, yeah, Pikmin 4 was a good choice. Probably not, especially because it's going up against Tears of the Kingdom, which is fucking, again, technically the best game of the year. But Pikmin 4 was my favorite. Man, I love Pikmin so much. I hope we get 100 more games. Now that they're actually, selling okay, I hope... Because the only reason we keep getting Pikmin games is because they're Miyamoto's favorite. Right? Like, I don't know if they're, like, Miyamoto, well, like, Mario's his baby, right? Mario, Zelda. But I feel like Miyamoto has long since abandoned Mario and Zelda, right? He's moved on. He's left those series in someone else's capable hands. Or Zelda was taken away from him, I think is the better way to put it. Pikmin, on the other hand, is his franchise. He gets to do what he wants. He gets to control it. And because of that, we keep getting Pikmin games. If it wasn't for Miyamoto, Nintendo would have stopped making these games probably at 2. Just saying it like it is. But I'm glad we keep getting them. And Pikmin 5 2028. Come on, it's the dream. Open world Pikmin game. I think it'll be... I know some people are kind of sick of open world games, which is weird because some of those same people will then be like, oh, well, why is this game so linear? I never got the complaint about the game being too linear, but whatever. But no, open world Pikmin way, fucking Elden Ring Pikmin, I think sounds amazing. Put in a little bit of Dying Light for the nighttime modes, I think you've got something truly special. So that's Game of the Year. A real interesting list. Is it one of my best? I don't know. It's an okay list. Compared to last year, it's about the same. Honestly, it's about the same. Spider-Man Miles Morales was number 10 last year. Wow. Yeah, putting it right up there, I will say Pikmin 4 I definitely feel like stands out, kind of like Splatoon did last year. Because, right, so 2022 was Splatoon, 2021 was Metroid Dread, 2020 was Hades, 2019 Golf Story, 2018 Celeste, 2017 Breath of the Wild. I definitely feel like there's 2 categories there. There are best games and there are favorite games. Breath of the Wild, Celeste, and Hades are all best games, while Golf Story, Metroid Dread, and Splatoon are favorite games. I mean, I guess I can see the argument. Honestly, I think Metroid Dread can go either way. Yeah, no, that seems right. So now that leads us on to our final thing for the night. Predictions for 2024. So, how I break up predictions, as I have 3 categories. We have the Nintendo predictions, because, I know this is a video game podcast, but, I'm mostly a Nintendo guy, right? I play a Nintendo game every week. Okay, not every week, but, I mostly play Nintendo games. I'm a Nintendo guy. So I do Nintendo games, then we'll do non-Nintendo games. Then we'll just do everything else, right? Any other random thing, anything I want to do in 2024, right? Like, I have a choice next year, and I'm just kind of like, where do I want to put it? But let's start off with Nintendo games. So, I think we're getting the Switch 2. The Switch, a lot of people say the Switch console is old, it's outdated, doesn't run that well, and when we're talking about Nintendo games, no. Right? Tears of the Kingdom runs great. Mario Wonder here is running great. Pokemon's hard to tell because it doesn't run great, it doesn't look great, but I don't know if that's a Nintendo problem or a Pokemon problem. I feel like Nintendo games work good on Nintendo consoles. But third-party games, yeah, I mentioned it last year, where I kind of saw last year how much Fall Guys was struggling to play on Switch. And I was like, okay, I get it. I get why people want a new Switch. And it didn't happen this year. And honestly, with the games Nintendo put out, it didn't need to happen this year. right? Between Mario Wonder, Pikmin 4, and Tears of the Kingdom, we didn't need a new Switch this year. I mean, we could have used one, but we didn't need it. Next year, though, I mean, we only know a few games. So I feel like it would make sense to have a Switch 2. What do I expect from the Switch 2? No fucking idea. Honestly, if I had it my way, I just want a Switch that works better. I don't need any complicated gimmicks. I don't need any weird control schemes. Just take the Switch, make it better. And please, for the love of God, give it backwards compatibility. That's it. If I can only have one thing from the Switch 2, I want backwards compatibility. I want to be able to play all my current Switch games on my new Switch, maybe even give some of those games, both physical and digital, right? I want to be able to put in my cartridge of Super Smash Bros. And be able to play Super Smash Bros. On the Switch 2. If that meant, right? I want it, right? But I would love for some of these games to have patches. Giving Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild patches that make them run better would be fantastic. Giving Pokemon desperately needs a patch to run better. You know, I would love to see some stuff like that, just so you know, some HD quality of life ports. That would be cool. Call of Duty's probably coming to it, so yeah, you know, maybe having better storage would be nice. I think the Switch can support up to a terabyte micro SD card, and I know those are getting cheaper all the time. But you know, Call of Duty games are just so big. But Nintendo games aren't. Like, Tears of the Kingdom is like, oh god, is it like 12 gigabytes? It's like fucking nothing. Of course, I filled up a 128 gigabyte SD card. Right? We've come across that problem multiple times. But no, I want Switch 2 to have backwards compatibility. Other than that, I don't really care what they do. There was a lot of the concept I've seen floating around. I don't want a dual screen console. If they do a dual screen, if they do another DS, I don't think it's the end of the world, but I don't think we need it. I don't want them to make the Wii U, basically is what I'm saying. I don't want them to add some sort of complicated gimmick that makes us the Wii U. Especially if they're going to call it the Switch, the Super Switch, or the Switch 2. Give us a new name. If you're going to do something weird, call it something new. But I don't need a DS, right? The one concept I saw was it's two screens, but you can take the screens apart and then give a screen to your friend so that way you can play together. So, like, basically you'd be playing Mario Wonder here. You take the screen apart and you'd give one to your friend, and so while you'd be playing as Toadette, maybe your friend could play as, like, Daisy and have their own screen, right, doing their own things. It's a very interesting concept. Right? I feel like that has potential, but I don't feel like it's necessary. Like, imagine you're playing Super Mario Odyssey 2, and you can play as Mario or Luigi, but then you could pull out the second screen, give it to your friend, and now he's playing as Luigi while you play as Mario. Like, that sounds real interesting, but it does not sound necessary, especially if it increases the price of the console by like $200. Right? Because that is the one thing the Switch needs to do, is I think they should aim for that $300 price limit. The PS5 is, what, $500? The Xbox... Well, to be fair, I've been seeing the Xbox Series X on sale for like $350 a lot recently. But the PS5, right, they're generally around $500. So I feel like Nintendo, it would be in their best interest to keep the Switch cheap, right? That, I think, is in their best interest. It makes it more, especially because it's a console anybody can play. The Switch, I remember people said that the Switch was too expensive at $300. The Switch OLED was like $350. In hindsight, that's nothing. That's nothing in hindsight. Fix the Joy-Con, right? Whatever they do with Joy-Cons, if they do Joy-Cons again, please fix the drift. I would love to see controller backwards compatibility, even if it's just like syncing controllers. Being able to use my Switch Pro controller on the Switch 2 would be awesome. Okay, are we back? Am I reconnected? I lost it there for a second. I think we're back. Yes. I'm just going to assume we are back, and we're just going to keep on trucking. So yeah, we were buying standees where we left off. Hopefully that didn't break everything. So launch titles on the Switch 2. I think Metroid Prime is very likely. You know, big Metroid fan. Admittedly, I haven't played Metroid Prime, but I love Dread. I love Super Metroid. Metroid 2 Samus Returns was a big part of my childhood. So yeah, you know, I'd love to see more. What else? I could, you know, they remade Metroid Prime, the original, this year. I could see them remake Metroid Primes 2 or 3 next year. I could easily see either of those coming out on Switch, kind of like how they shadow dropped Pikmin 1 and 2. I could see them shadow dropping Metroid Primes 2 and 3 in preparation for 4. But yeah, I do see Metroid Prime 4 coming out on both Switch, in Switch 2, maybe same day launch. I don't know, I could see it. You know, maybe it comes out on Switch, and then a few months later when Switch 2 comes out, it's just like, hey, guess what? It's already there day one. Because the other thing I see for Switch 2's launch is Mario Odyssey 2. It doesn't have to be Mario Odyssey 2. You know, it can be anything, but I could see Mario Odyssey 2 being a thing. You know, it doesn't have to be called Mario Odyssey 2. They can do whatever they want. They're Nintendo after all. But whatever it is, my idea is still the same. I want Mario Odyssey to be an Odyssey. It's 2 players, so you can play as Mario and Luigi. Take your Switch out, give it to a friend, and now he's playing as Luigi. But I kind of want them to do what they did with Spider-Man Miles Morales. Or Spider-Man 2, I mean. Where you can play as Mario or Luigi, and maybe they have, like, separate things they can do. So, like, Luigi, you know, plays like Luigi does, where he has the higher jump, and maybe there are certain areas you can only get to with Luigi. You know, stuff like that. Like, I'd love to see them enter. Maybe there are certain doors that only Mario can enter, certain doors only Luigi could enter. I'd love to see some of that. Do I think they're going to go open world Mario, 3D Mario? No. I know they tested that out with Bowser's Fury, and Bowser's Fury was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I don't see them doing that again. Well, okay, I can see them doing that again, but if we're getting Odyssey 2, I don't expect that. What I mainly want is I say this every time, I want an Odyssey through past Mario games. I basically want the Sonic Generations, but with Mario. Right, where you start off, you're in like a world inspired by the original Super Mario Brothers. Then you go to a dream world and you fight Wart again. Then there's a world inspired by Super Mario Brothers 3. Then you go to Sahasra Land from Super Mario Brothers from Super Mario Land. I'm awful at this level, by the way. Just absolutely awful at this level. I cannot get the timing at all, especially while we're talking. I think Super Mario Bros. 3 would be, right, a Super Mario Land level where you fight Wart and you're saving Princess Daisy. I'd love to see a level inspired by, Super Mario Land 2, Legend of the Six Golden Coins, where you're fighting Wario, and maybe you have the giant, like, robot Mario from that game. Right, and then there's, like, you go back to Bomb Bomb Battlefield, you go down to Isle Delfino. Maybe the Super Mario World level is just the hub world from Super Mario World. As like a 3D Mario stage. Wouldn't that be cool? I think that'd be kind of cool. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of potential for a Mario Odyssey 2 that is like Sonic Generations. Just going through past Mario games. It's just a question of would they actually do it? I don't think so. God, look how awful I am at this timing. Oh my god. But yeah, that's my idea for Mario Odyssey 2. Or, you know, we get a fully open world 3D platformer Mario. That could also be very fun. And it doesn't even have to be called Mario Odyssey 2. They can call it whatever the fuck they want. I'm just surprised we never got an Odyssey 2. We got Tears of the Kingdom, right? Like, they announced that really quick, right? Like, within a few years, we knew Breath of the Wild was very good. So guess what? We're getting Breath of the Wild 2. And they never did Mario Odyssey 2. It's just wild. I know and also Mario Odyssey never got DLC. Like, Breath of the Wild got DLC, and it was good. And then they had so many DLC ideas that they made a brand new game that is not DLC. But yeah, no, it's really weird that Mario Odyssey never got DLC. Mario, right, I want the Switch 2 to be backwards compatible, so I want you to be able to play Mario Kart 8. I want you to be able to, play all 96 courses. But I do want Mario Kart 9. Or Nintendo Kart. I think the best, right, with Mario Kart 8 having so many courses, I feel like the next logical progression is Mario Kart 9, Nintendo Kart, and you have Pikmin levels where you're really small, racing around a garden. I know Mario Kart has already kind of done that, like with the bathroom level and whatnot, but still, I'd love a Fire Emblem level for some reason. I'd love to go to Norfair and Brimstar, and I'd love to go to, I love some more Zelda tracks, right? How I love for them to bring back Woohoo Island. But you know how, the Woohoo Island tracks where you're racing around the island? I'd love that, but in the Breath of the Wild map, where you're just racing around the map from Breath of the Wild as one, like, really long lap. I think that would be really cool. You'd probably have to shrink the whole world a little bit, to make it all work better, but I feel like that has so much potential. Multiple Breath of the Wild stages. Race through the Elden Volcano Pass. Race through Hyrule Field, and there are, like, guardians that shoot projectiles to, like, try to block you. Shit like that. I feel like there's so much potential there. More Animal Crossing stages, A Nintendo Kart has so much potential. I want a Pikmin kart. And, I know Mario Kart 8 has a lot of customization, and people like that. But I feel like for Nintendo Kart, they should maybe scale back on the customization and instead have, like, certain characters, right? Like, certain characters go with certain karts. Maybe do it like Mario Kart DS, where, like, each character only had, like, 5 karts they can go in or something like that. But maybe find some other way to add flexibility to the characters. But I want a kart that is just a bunch of Pikmin. Right? The character is just it's not Olimar, it's just a bunch of Pikmin driving a cart. Right? Like, there's a bunch of Pikmin on, like, the wheels and on the pedals. And there's just some sitting in the seat. Right? Like the idea, like, Million Ants, but with Pikmin. I feel like that would be very funny. So I want that. I want Million Ants, but with Pikmin. What else? What else do I want? So Nintendo Kart, obviously. Give us a bunch of F-Zero stages. God, give us a new F-Zero game. I don't know how well F-Zero 99 is doing, but, give us a new F-Zero. Even if it's honestly, I'd even just take a remix of GX. I know some people don't want that, but just something. There's all those rumors about a 3D Donkey Kong. Were those ever true? Who fucking knows? I'm still pretty sure there were rumors of a Star Fox game. Star Fox, Grand Prix. I'm still convinced those rumors were true. It's just that game got canceled. It was in development hell, and it was eventually canceled. I think that makes the most sense, and I'm going to guess that's what happened. But there was also rumors of another Donkey Kong game, maybe 3D, maybe 2D. I don't know. Will that happen? Maybe, maybe not. But I could see that being, instead of getting a Mario game as a launch title, maybe we get that. Nintendo is opening up a Donkey Kong Land in Universal Studios. We did get a new trailer for that recently. So maybe that's it. Maybe the new Donkey Kong Land opens, and hey, guess what? There's a Donkey Kong video game. Because that was the thing about the Super Mario Land opened this year. We got a Mario Brothers movie. So it was really surprising there wasn't a new Mario game. Which is why I'm glad Wonder eventually came out. Because, you know, synergy. Brand synergy is important. So, yeah, I would love to see some more brand synergy with the Donkey Kong game. I actually really realistically see that. Any idea of what it's going to be? Return of the Kremlins, maybe? I feel like that's what everyone wants. You know, I guess it'd be cool. Princess Peach. The Princess Peach game comes out next year. I'm hoping it's good. I honestly don't have much expectations for it. I just want it to be good. Mario and Donkey Kong has its remake coming out in February. Again, I want it to be fun. I really liked those Donkey Kong games back in the day. I know it's like a $50 or $60 game. I kind of don't remember. I do definitely feel like it's a steep price, but I want it to be good. Luigi's Mansion 2, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon has been officially renamed Luigi's Mansion 2. Good for it. I hope it's a good remake. I also do fully expect at the same time, when they announce that, they're also going to put the original Luigi's Mansion, the GameCube version, on Switch as well. Kind of like what they did for Pikmin's 1 and 2, kind of like what I expect them to do for Metroid Primes 2 and 3. I would not at all be surprised if they also just put the original Luigi's Mansion on Switch. So that way you get all four, and then, you know, maybe as one of the games on the Switch 2, Luigi's Mansion 4. This time, put it in a, we already kind of did a movie studio. I don't want a hospital. I feel like hospitals are cliche. I don't know what I want for Luigi. I want them to do it somewheres new. I just don't know where. But I feel like there's potential wherever they go. Right? So that's kind of what I want from that. You know, just do something cool. Just do something. But yeah, Luigi's Mansion 4 gets announced for Switch 2. Maybe it comes out 2025. Maybe even Halloween 2025. That'd be perfect. We'll see. But I don't remember if we know the Princess Peach game's release date. I want to say it's like somewhere between March and May. Makes perfect sense. And I'm going to guess Luigi's Mansion is in June. When are they going to announce the Switch 2? No idea. I've seen some people say they're going to announce it early in the year. I think they're going to have it out by October. I think getting it out in October is the perfect release date. And so, according to rumors, they've been stockpiling them. So that way they'll have a bunch, right? Because one of the big problems like the PS5 and the Xbox faced were supply shortage issues. So the rumor is that Nintendo actually wants to avoid that. So while they could have launched the console this year, instead they've just been stockpiling supplies so that when they launch it next year, they'll be able to make a bunch. I feel like that's a good idea. Again, assuming it's a good concept that's not confusing and will sell well. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion. We know about Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. I am very excited for that remake. I do not know when that's coming out. That's July, August. I think that'd be a good time for that. Could that be the launch title? Could that be a launch title on Switch 2? I could see that launch. Honestly, I could see that in December. I know there is a history of RPG games coming out in December. So I guess I could see Thousand Year Door coming out in that December slot. Basically the same week as the Game Awards. Because I want to say that's when Xenoblade 2 released, was the same week as the Game Awards. The Splatoon 3 DLC. We know we're getting the... we just got the God of War Valhalla DLC, which added a roguelike mode to God of War. And now we're getting the Splatoon DLC that is going to add a roguelike mode to Splatoon 3. I think it's a great idea. I still think the Battle Royale... You know what else would be a great launch title? Instead of doing a Splatoon 4 for the Switch 2, make a free-to-play Battle Royale mode that launches day one on Switch 2. So that way everyone who owns a Switch 2, whether they're buying a new game or not, has something to play. Right, because, Nintendo always likes to launch their new console with some sort of, game to, show off the console. Right, the Wii launched with Wii Sports, which showed off the Wii. The Wii U launched with Nintendo Land, which showed off the gamepad using asynchronous gameplay. Imagine, and then the Switch launched with everybody's 1-2 Switch, which showed off like the Joy-Cons and the IR sensor and everything. So imagine the Switch 2 has dual screens that you could split apart, give one to a friend. It launches with Splatoon Battle Royale. And, it's a Battle Royale game like, PUBG or Fortnite. But you can split off one of the screens, give it to a friend, and then you and your friend can play the game together, having only one console. Right? Each having your own screen, no need for, split screen gameplay. I could see that. That's my prediction for the Switch 2. I think that would be... I just think... the writing's on the wall. Sadly. I kind of hope I'm wrong. I mean, I think the Splatoon Battle Royale game could be fun, but I kind of hope I'm wrong. But the Pearl and Marie... The Splatoon 2 DLC... The joke for the longest time in the community has been the wedding DLC. I hope that stays true. I want the wedding DLC. That sounds very fun. Finally confirmed that yes, Pearl and Marina are gay, which is heavily hinted at in the game, but it's kind of a Bert and Ernie thing where it's never actually been confirmed. So give us their wedding. I think that would be adorable. It's not going to happen, but God, do I want it. My prediction release date for that is still February. Right? The newest update came out in December. We know we're not getting an update in January, so I could see an update coming out the very end of February that has, the new season and has the DLC. And then finally, as I predict every year, I think we're going to get a new Chibi Robo game, even if it's just a remake of the original, a new Tomodachi Life game. Everybody wants this. Every Nintendo Direct for this year, one of the top trending things on the app formerly known as Twitter was Tomodachi Life. People really want a new one. I feel like Tomodachi Life is one of the few games that I think can actually get away with AI. I don't want them to have a feature in the game where you can record your voice and then they'll use AI to replicate your voice into the game. Keep the voices sounding kind of robotic. But, have fun with it. Tomodachi Life is weird, and that's what people like about it. I want more weird, because I feel like that's what works. Will we actually get that? I have no idea. But I think that would be cool. That's my hope for Tomodachi Life. And then finally, right, I want something new from Chibi Robo, Tomodachi Life, or Rhythm Heaven. Rhythm Heaven has made a resurgence in the past few years, right? People like speedrunning it, right? A bunch of people play it nowadays. It's actually really popular recently. I've made a deal with the Rhythm Heaven community that I will buy whatever the new Rhythm Heaven is, just to support them getting more games. I made the same deal with the Advance War people. So no, I do want a new Rhythm Heaven, because, I don't like rhythm games. Like, the only rhythm game I like is, I guess, Trombone Champ. But I'd be down for another Rhythm Heaven game. I want to see more than just a remake of the Wii one, but I could see them also just remaking the Wii one. Like, that would not surprise me. Because the Wii one is probably the most popular. But no, every game sells really well on Switch. I'm sure a Rhythm Heaven game would sell really well. Even if it's just an eShop game, I think it would sell really well. So that's all my Nintendo predictions. Of course, I always want some sort of big surprise. Don't know if it's gonna, it always happens. We always get something. Like, I did not expect Mario Wonder this year. And hey, it happened. Non-Nintendo stuff? Oops. I broke everything. Give me a second. So for non-Nintendo stuff, Spider-Man 2 is probably going to have a DLC. A lot of people are talking about it. I'll be honest, I have not looked at the Insomniac leaks. I don't even know if the Insomniac leaks mention Spider-Man 2 DLC. I don't even know if we're getting Spider-Man 2 DLC. I know one thing on the Insomniac leaks, but let's just not... That's 2025, so let's not worry about that. I want Spider-Man 2 DLC. A lot of people seem to be talking about Daredevil. There seems to be an entire portion of the map that is, rendered, and there are like NPCs and cars in the area that you just kind of like, it's kind of janky, and you can only get to it with glitches. I want to see that with I want to see that. Maybe, playable Daredevil would be cool. I don't know. Whatever they do for Spider-Man 2, I am hopeful. I think they could do cool stuff. We just kind of gotta wait and see. But I think it would make sense to have Spider-Man 2 DLC. We already know we're getting an update that, fixes some of the minor things, allows us to replay missions, allows us to change type of day. Great. Right? Great change. Now let's just do more of it. We know that Suicide Squad game is coming out in January, maybe February. I kind of don't remember. I don't expect it to be good. I know there have been some leaks, and I haven't really seen much of, outside of the fact that, yes, the game is called Kill the Justice League, so I expect them to kill the Justice League. Outside of that, I haven't seen much. I haven't seen any of the leaks. I know some of them were fake. Like, some of them were just confirmed to be straight up fake. Like, the ones that didn't have videos attached. But no, I don't expect it to be good, mainly because it's a live service game. Right? Kind of like Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights was not great either. I don't expect much from the Suicide Squad game. I think next year will be a great year for indie games. Silksong. I know I predict this every year. Right? Kind of like Metroid Prime 4. I predict it every year and I'm always wrong. I think we're going to get Silksong next year. If I had to predict a release date, I'd say June. I think June 2024 is a good release date. Puts it right square in the middle of the year. I know I've talked earlier in the year about how I have concerns for this game. That, after Sports Story, I'm more hesitant for this game. And that part of me does worry the studio is in development hell, that the game is not rushed, but it suffers from feature creep. It's definitely not rushed. I worry the game suffers from feature creep. And that, the game's just been stuck in development hell. And that really does concern me. And it's all because, one bad apple spoils the bunch. So, one bad indie game makes me hesitant about every other indie game that has been indefinitely delayed. But I'm hopeful for Silksong. I'm going to guess June. Another game that I predict every year, Nina the Hollower. I swear it was supposed to come out this year. I swear they had said 2023. And honestly, I haven't heard, I know they put updates out on Kickstarter all the time. I'll be honest, I haven't read many of them. So I have no idea what their current planned release schedule is. But I'm hopeful for that game. Because, I was originally worried because it's okay, it's Yacht Club Games, but they're making a Zelda-like game. Great, right? Yacht Club Games making a Zelda game sounds fantastic. But my concern was that they were doing Link's Awakening. I was like, really? Out of all, not Link to the Past, but Link's Awakening? But then I replayed Link's Awakening 3 times this year and was like, oh, you know what? I kind of get why they're doing Link's Awakening. That actually makes sense, because Link's Awakening is a great game. So I am excited for that. The Plucky Squire. Devolver has a bunch of great games coming out this year, but the one that I'm picking here is the Plucky Squire. I did not know it was James Turner who was doing the art. If you don't know, James Turner used to be the head designer for Pokemon during, I want to say, he originally worked on Gen 5, but I think he later worked on Gens, he was the head designer for, Gens, I want to say, maybe 6, 7, and 8. At least one of those, right? He worked for the Pokemon Company, and then he eventually left, and now he's doing the Plucky Squire, and I had no idea. I'll be honest, I only found out earlier this year when they delayed it. And I was like, oh shit, that's James Turner, the Pokemon guy. God, those Pokemon guys know what... for Pokemon making such mediocre games, they do have some good talent behind them. Getting James Turner, who I think have made some great Pokemon. The Pokemon he made for Gen 5, fantastic. And some of his stuff in later gens, great as well. But yeah, they had him. They have Toby Fox working for them now, right? Yeah, he's great. The Pokemon Company's got some real talent. Surprised they haven't made anything amazing out of it. Pizza Tower, right? Pizza Tower, the Wario-like, right? Because if Nintendo won't give us a new Wario game, fine, we'll do it ourselves. And I've heard nothing but great things about Pizza Tower. It is the weird indie game of the year. I'm just waiting for it to come to Switch, and I think it'll be on Switch sometime this year. Don't know when. You can kind of never tell with an indie game. It might not even be out this year, but because I know the developers say they're working on it, but it's going to take some time. So I am hopeful. But, that seems cool. I've heard nothing but great things. I'll play it when I'll play it. And then finally, the studio AgroCab has their Soulsborne Another Crab's Treasure, which is slated for release next year, 2024. I do not know if we have a release date yet. I know there is a demo out there, and I've heard the demo is great. The demo and the accessibility feature in the demo where you can just give the crab a gun, fantastic. It's all the proof you need to be like, yes, you can give a Dark Souls game in easy mode, and it works well. Nope, just 2024. It's coming to all systems. I do not like Soulsborne games, but Another Crab's Treasure really does appeal to me, right? Especially because it has those accessibility options. So yes, I am interested in Another Crab's Treasure. It might be the first Soulsborne game I ever play. I'm not ruling that out. And yeah, anything else? I don't really... I know there's a lot of games coming from, Microsoft and Sony, but I legitimately can't think of any of them. I'm sure there'll be other great games, right? But I feel like this was such a good year for video games that kind of by default next year has to be a worse year. Right? If we're going to get all 10 out of 10s this year, next year can't have all 10 out of 10s. Because for years, we had been saying next year is going to be a great year for gaming. Because 2017 was an amazing year for gaming. 2018 was a great year for gaming. Right? I guess 2017 and 2018, 2017 was a great year for Nintendo. And 2018 was a great year for everybody else, because you got God of War, Spider-Man, and Red Dead Redemption 2. But then since then, 2019 wasn't that great. 2020 wasn't that great. 2019 was awful. 2019 is the worst year in gaming in recent memory. But you've had some, we got Elden Ring last year, and we got God of War, but that was kind of it. But this year we just had banger after banger. Right? Everything nominated for Game of the Year at the Game Awards was good. Right? I can't always say that about previous years. 2019. But no, I feel like next year kind of just by default has to be worse. But, I hope there's good stuff along the way. Right? I hope there's good indie games. And there's a ton of other indie games that I didn't even mention. The Gecko God one I'm interested in. I think that's next year. Something Gecko Gods. That seems really cool. There's a ton of stuff. So yeah, anything else, non-video game wise, I'm excited for... I'm hopeful for that new Godzilla movie. Godzilla and Kong, the new legacy. I want it to be fun. I want it to be stupid. We got a serious Godzilla movie this year, and it was great. So now I'm ready for my fucking Fast and the Furious Godzilla movie. That's just fun, right? I think that'll be great. I don't remember if we're getting Mission Impossible next year. I hope, right? If not, cool. But if we are, cool. Same thing with Fast and the Furious 10-2. If we get it, or Fast and the Furious 11, I guess. If we get it next year, awesome. If we don't, it's no big deal. I gotta turn off Steam notifications, man. Fast and the Furious. Let me just look up 2024 movies real quick. TV shows, I'm excited to see the rest of Invincible. I'm excited to see the rest of Percy Jackson. I'm sure there'll be other great stuff along the way. 2024 movies. Deadpool 3, you know, it could be great. It might not be, but it's the only MCU movie coming out next year, so I want it to be good. They're making a Wicked movie. Honestly, I don't need any musical movies. If I'm being honest, I would much rather just have pro cuts, right? I think the Hamilton pro cut was great. The Come From Away pro cut on Apple TV, fantastic. I don't expect Madam Web to be good. I don't expect Garfield to be good. Joker, I thought the first Joker was okay. The idea of the second one, where they're like, yep, we're going to make it a musical, and we've got Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn, is so fucking weird that I kind of love it. So I'm down for Joker 2. You know, just fucking go all out. Inside Out 2, love the first Inside Out. Think there's a lot of potential for it. We'll see how it turns out. Like, I saw someone on TikTok make the argument that, oh, well, you know, look at the list of movies releasing next year. Outside of Deadpool 3, and they said like one other movie, are there any movies you expect to actually be good? I want to say the other one was it Furiosa? I can't remember what the other one they picked was. And you know what? In some ways they have a point, but in other ways I'm like, you know what? No, I think Inside Out's going to be great. Don't sleep on Kung Fu Panda 4. Kung Fu Panda, I know you know, I can see a lot of people saying, well, it's been years since the last Kung Fu Panda. Is it even going to be good? You know, usually by this point in sequels, they aren't good anymore. And like, I get that. But if I remember correctly, the original idea for Kung Fu Panda, they had ideas for 10 movies. And we only got the first 3. Was any of that used in any of the TV shows? I have no fucking idea. But we only got the first 3 movies. So I'm super hopeful that this next one looks good. I think it looks good. DreamWorks has been putting out bangers recently. So I think this will be great. Also, it was nice to hear Chris Meledandri, head of Illumination, come out and say AI sucks and that he will not be using AI in his movies. Like, you know what? From all the studios, I did not expect to hear that from Illumination. But good on you, Illumination. We also have Despicable Me 4. I expect nothing from that movie. Paddington 3, I think, is next year. Could be good, could be bad. No fucking idea. Sonic? I think Sonic 3 comes out at the end of the year. Shadow the Hedgehog. Metal Sonic. Could be great. I don't know if Jim Carrey is returning as Eggman. But if he's not, I feel like the guy who they have as playing his assistant, I think would be great. Like, you know how the original Sonic... It wasn't... the Sonic one that was about Sally and the Freedom Fighters, right? Not Sonic... I can't remember if it was Sonic Sat AM or whatever it was called. You know how that one ends with them defeating Robotnik, but then Robotnik's henchman reveals that, like, hey, he's now the big villain, and that he's created Shadow the Hedgehog, and then the show just ended and it never continued from there? I would love to see that be how they continue the movies. Like, hey, guess what? Shadow the Hedgehog's here. The guy who was, you know, the pawn in the original 2 movies, he's now the main villain. I do feel like that could work. Hey, Brian, how you doing? We're talking predictions for 2024. Any predictions? Dune? Oh, Dune's gonna be great. Furiosa? I think Furiosa's gonna be good. You know, it's oh god, what's his name? The director's name. What's the director's name? Why is it not telling me the director's? Whatever. It's the same guy who did Mad Max Fury Road. Mad Max Fury Road was amazing. So yeah. And yeah, I think that's all I got for movies, you know. I don't know, you know, there's some good stuff and there's some bad stuff in there. Like, did we really need... I know some people are excited for Gladiator 2. We didn't need a Gladiator 2. I know some people are excited for Twister 2. We don't need a Twister 2. Just gonna say it. We don't need a Beetlejuice 2. I know the Beetlejuice musical is really good. I do have tickets to see it next year. Right? Go see it, Go see it in the house that Lauren Boebert spoiled. It was Lauren Boebert, right? I can't remember. I think The Boys is coming back for another season next year. That's going to be fantastic. The Boys is great. And yeah, I think that's kind of it. I think that's all I've got off the top of my head. So what do I want in 2024? Well, I've said next year. So next year, in 2024, I am either going to play Dark Souls, right? It's kind of one of those things that I've been pushing off for years now. But I do actually now own Dark Souls on Switch. So maybe 2024 will be the year of Dark Souls, where I finally play Dark Souls. I play I play Bloodborne. I play Another Crab's Treasure. Because, I'm excited for that one. So maybe 2024 will be the years of Soul Link. The year's amazing for Mario and Nintendo because of the movie and Mario Wonder. Yeah, no, great. It was a great year for Nintendo. My top 3 game of the years, my number 1, 2, and 3 were all Nintendo games. So yeah, next year so I'm going to play Dark Souls next year. Or I'm going to read One Piece. Yeah, I'm going to read all 1,000 issues of One Piece. I did ask somebody who has read One Piece if I should watch the show or I should read the manga, and they were like, just read the manga. Just get into it now, so that way you don't have to read everything twice. And I guess I get it. So yeah, 2024 is either going to be the years of Dark Souls or the year of One Piece. I only have time for one, so it's going to be one or the other. I just don't know which one. And I still have not decided. I should flip a coin, but I don't like that. I don't like those outcomes. Other things. I want to watch. Think about this game. Oh, this game's fantastic. Yeah, this was my number 3 game of the year. I think it's great. I'm really enjoying it. I definitely do feel like I need a break though. Like there's so much stimulation going on here. Like so many bright colors and interesting things that I kind of like need a break to relax. But no, it's a great game. So yeah. What else? I do want to watch the show Hilda next year. I know that show recently had its series finale. I think that came out like a month ago. And I have heard nothing but amazing things about Hilda. And I've been meaning to watch it for years now. But I always push it off. So maybe in 2024, I'll finally watch Hilda. The other thing I want to watch, at least, sticking to my realm of like I do want to watch Succession and shit like that. But, we talk about, we play Nintendo games and talk about cartoons here. The other thing I do want to watch is Carmen Sandiego. I'm just kind of curious about that one. I don't know. I was thinking about it the other day and I was like, I should watch the Netflix show at some point. I've also considered watching the Netflix Voltron, but I know that ends terribly. So, yeah, I'm not even going to try. I mean, I might do it as like a joke. Yeah, I watched the Mario movie. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, it's technically not a great movie, but I enjoyed it nevertheless. It's good. Yeah. I'm excited for the 10 sequels and the Zelda movie. Oh shit, we're gonna get a Zelda movie in like 4 years. It might be great. It might also be terrible because it's the guy who did Amazing Spider-Man 2. Because yeah, Sony is making the Zelda movie. But hey, that Last of Us show is pretty good. I know it's completely different people, but it is Sony. But Sony also did make Twisted Metal, so... yeah. Anything else for 20... I'd love to go to Disneyland at some point. I was talking about how I was watching the Try Guys. I watched the Keith Eats Everything at Disneyland. And God, that just... I really do. Between that and all the Defunctland stuff I've been watching for years, I really just want to go to Disneyland. Oh, you know what I did? You know what I did watch finally? Yes, I finally watched it yesterday. The H Bomber guy video on plagiarism, right? That 4-hour video. I did finally sit down and watch that whole thing, and it was fantastic. Oh my! We were off by 0.23 of a second. What the heck? But no, that H Bomber guy video on plagiarism. I watched all 4 hours of it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Fantastic. So yeah, that, and then of course there's the 2-hour Todd in the Shadows companion piece that I do have to watch at some point. Probably would make a Luigi's Man. Nah, I think we've got to. I think we're gonna get a Super Mario Brothers 2 before we get a Luigi's Mansion. No, I think it's more likely we get a Donkey Kong movie before we get a Luigi's Mansion. I just hope Luigi does more in the second Mario Brothers movie. Introduce Daisy, have fun with it. But I don't know. It's Nintendo. They do weird stuff. Anything else? Well, hopes, dreams for next year. Tons of games I need to play. Like I say every year, I always got to play God of War. One day I'll play God of War. I gotta use that PlayStation more. I kind of want to replay Hades. Maybe it's because of the lightning, right? Watching the Percy Jackson show, I now want to replay Hades because it's been a while. Yeah, I don't. Any other thing I have for? I think that's it. I think that's all the predictions I have for 2024. I know they're mostly video game related, but yeah. So do you think anything you're gonna release tomorrow? Oh, years from now. I'm going, if I had to guess, I'd say 26. The fact that it hasn't even been like fully confirmed yet, I would say 26. Because I don't remember, the original Mario Brothers movie was announced, I want to say like 4 years before it was put into production. Like it was announced in pre-production back in like 2018. And it only came out this year. And I know COVID didn't help that. But I could see the Zelda movie in 2026. I could see another Mario Brothers 2. I don't know. Illumination is known for making cheap movies very quickly. So if anyone could throw together a Mario Brothers movie in like 2 years, it would be them. That very much seems like something Illumination could throw together real quick. But we'll just have to see. So what do you think? So Brian, do you think we're getting a Switch 2 next year? Because I think we are. I think it's definitely happening. With Mario Odyssey 2. Or whatever they're going to call it. It might not be Odyssey 2, but that's my prediction for next year. Switch 2. Yeah. I don't know, just dual screen, that's... Like, it makes sense, but I don't want it. Because I feel like dual screen would just make it more expensive. But it's Nintendo. Nintendo can't just make... Like, the Switch is the most normal product Nintendo has made in years. Since the GameCube. Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to get a Switch 2. Yeah, Switch 2. Yeah, and I just want it to be Switch 2. I don't want any fancy gimmicks. Just Switch 2. Because everybody loves Nintendo Switch. And I don't know if I want it to be called the Switch... I know a lot of people like the name Super Switch. I think the name Super Switch is good as well. But I kind of don't want it to be called Super Switch. I kind of just want it to... If they're going to call it something... I want them to call it something brand new. So that way, it doesn't confuse people. Because I don't think Switch 2 is actually a great name. Like, I feel like PlayStation gets away with PS5. And PS5 works, right? And it's tradition at this point. Right? But I feel like Nintendo doesn't have the best naming conventions. Especially because they're completely random. Like, to be fair, Xbox also has terrible naming conventions. Xbox, I've definitely seen people get confused by Xbox Series X. Right? Comparing Xbox One to Series X. I've definitely already seen people get confused by that. So I don't want them to make the Wii U's mistake again. I do not feel like that was the only mistake the Wii U made, but that was definitely a big one. It's being confusing. You know, I should play Baldur's Gate next year. I don't know. I feel like if I play Dark Souls, then I can't do Baldur's Gate, because they're both 100-hour RPGs that will take up all my time. So yeah, I guess that takes us to the end of the show. That's kind of all I've got left to talk about. As we get this secret exit. Yeah, I really do feel like that's it. So, anything else I've got for next year? Nothing I can really... So coming up, right, this is the season finale of In Chat. Right, we're at episode 53, which makes this the season finale. And when I said this was going to go for 4 hours, guess what? It went for 4 hours. So, yeah, you know, I kind of knew that was happening. So, we start off the next season. We have tons of things to talk about already. We'll have 2 episodes. You mean Mario Kart 9. And yes, I would love to see Mario Kart 9 as a Switch 2 launch title. Imagine if they just skip 9 and go straight to 10. That's very funny. But yeah, we already have tons of stuff to talk about with the Season 5 premiere. Percy Jackson, by that point, episode 4 will be out. All of What If will be out. I have seen, I think, 6 or 7 episodes of What If. I've seen some. I think I've seen 6 episodes. I think 8 are out. 8 episodes have been released. Maybe 7 have been released. I kind of don't remember. But however many have been released, I'm behind. But by the time, you know, we finish everything, I will hope by next week, I will be all caught up. So I'll have that. And yeah, I am excited. You know, to talk about... Because What If... I have some very interesting feelings on What If Season 2. Like, it's definitely not the worst thing I've seen, but it ain't amazing either. What else? What else do I got? I think that's it. So this is where we're ending off for the night. So I hope you all have a good night. You know, maybe we'll pick up back next week with Mario Odyssey. You know, maybe we will. I'll think about it. But for now, I hope you all enjoyed. Stay tuned for more. Until next time, peace.